Good evening. This is Tuesday, April 14th, 2020. Welcome to the regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting. The board has been in closed session since 5:45. We have all board members present, and members will be participating remotely in accord with Section 6 of the Executive Order 5 issued on March 16th, 2020. This meeting is being live streamed, and we will, because it is audio only, I'm going to take a roll call of everyone present so the community is aware of who is present at the meeting. So when I call your name, please stay here. All right, here we go. Margaret Harrell. Margaret?
Here.
All right. Karen Stupin.
Here.
Beth Hosser.
Here.
Jim Collins. Jim?
All right, I'm here. Just trying to figure out how to unmute.
Courtney Troutman.
Here.
Chris Kaczynski.
Here.
And I am Kara Caporio here, in case you didn't recognize my voice. All right, Dr. Moyer.
Here.
Assistant Superintendent for Finance, Chris Weldon.
Here.
Assistant Superintendent for Learning and Leadership Development, Nikki.
Here. Here.
Assistant Superintendent of Innovation and Growth, Dr. Scott Grenz.
Here.
Assistant Superintendent of Student Services, Dr. Michael Volpe.
Here.
Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Dr. Mark Cohen.
Here.
Executive Director of Communications, Bev Redmond.
Here.
Executive Director of Technology, David Smith.
Here.
And we have the incoming Executive Director of Technology, RJ Balik. Here.
RJ may join later if he can. He has his own board meeting tonight and they need him. So our presentation, if he can get on in time, will include him. But currently, I think Dave said he probably would not be here, at least at the start.
Okay. Executive Director of Research and Program Analysis, Marianne Lemke.
Here.
Jenna Ernst, our board.
I'm here.
All right. And then we have two architects from White, Craig Sipka and Leanne. Sorry, I can't remember your last name.
Craig is here. And Leanne is here. I'm not sure she's up. You have, okay. Didn't know if you had audio problems or not.
Okay, did I get everybody? Hopefully. All right, so with that, we have everyone present. The items for our closed session are written on the agenda, and at this time, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. So please turn your microphone on. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the
United States of America and to the republic
For which it
stands, one nation,
under
God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Wow.
That was interesting. All right, public comments. So board members will be participating remotely in accord with Section 6 of Executive Order 5 issued on March 16, 2020, and as such, public comments can be submitted in writing prior to the meeting, filling out the form, which was posted on the website and also sent out to our media. So as of right now, there were no public comments. So before we move on to our presentations for the evening, I just want to begin with a thank you because our listeners may get tired during the meeting. Tune out. This is an interesting time, and there's been a lot going on in the last month, and I think we all, as a board and also administration, want to take a moment and say thank you to the community. So with that, I'm just going to read a statement that we'll post later. I would like to just do it off the cuff, but want to make sure I don't miss anyone and that we've said thank you to our community. So with that, the District 205 community has always been known for quality schools. And in the middle of this crisis, our community has stepped up and shown that District 205 is not just about quality schools, it's an amazing community of people who look out for each other. Our schools are the heart of our community, and having them closed is difficult for all of us, but especially our students. As we, the Board of Education, continue to serve our students and wisely steward our resources, we have been honored to witness the outpouring of support and generosity for our 8,500 students during this crisis and want to pause and say thank you. We are grateful for the ongoing partnership with the city and the mayor and the Park District as we serve our community and coming together to find solutions to the challenges at hand. We want to say thank you to the District 205 Foundation, who, when our schools closed, quickly began working to support students. They provided tech resources for distance learning for students in need, found mechanisms to support local businesses who for years have generously supported our schools, and used their expertise to coordinate donations of over $60,000 to support local organizations helping our students and families. Thank you. Thank you to the Yorkfield Food Pantry, the United Community Concerns, the Elmhurst Walk-In Network, and the Addison Township Food Pantry, who have all reached out and tirelessly worked to meet the ongoing needs of our students and families. To these and other organizations and individuals who have reached out and are generously providing support to our students, a heartfelt thank you. Please accept our deepest gratitude for the ongoing hard work. And now to our District 205 staff, teachers, and administration. Words really cannot articulate how grateful we all are for the incredible amount of dedication and care that has been demonstrated by each of you in the last few weeks as we work together to serve our students during this time. Thank you for cleaning our facilities and maintaining our buildings, organizing and assembling breakfasts and lunches for student pickup, continuing operations remotely, delivering and supporting tech for approximately 10,000 users, communicating often and well, planning for multiple scenarios and then adjusting the plan as things change, creating and adjusting online lessons to keep our students learning, supporting parents and students in countless ways, and answering question after question after question. And finally, and most importantly, thank you for taking the time to look out for students and also each other. We are incredibly grateful. To our students and families, we also want to say thank you. Thank you for taking the time to continue learning. We know it is challenging and involves sacrifice on top of the significant personal stresses we are all experiencing. We are grateful for your commitment to learning. And finally, a note to our seniors. We know this isn't the senior year you had envisioned. The weeks in March and April are historically filled with many memorable moments and time with friends as you prepare to leave York High School. We know you and your families want to know how the school year will end. We do not have an answer tonight, but we will continue to move forward one step at a time and want you to rest assured that whatever comes our way, we will find a way to honor and celebrate the York class of 2020. We are so grateful as a Board of Education elected to serve our community to be a part of this amazing community. Thank you to each and every one of you who has served our students and continues to work hard in this very stressful time for our world. And so with that, we will begin the business of the board. We are working to continue to move us forward, but we are just trying to do what is necessary and not We'll save some work for summer. All right. With that, first presentation is schematic designs. I don't know who's introducing it, but not me.
And this is Dave Smith. I don't have any schematic designs to present.
Well, that's a problem.
There's nothing in board docs that I can see.
There should be, though.
They're under admin content.
Okay, then let me, give me just 1 minute, please.
So while you're doing that, I'll just give a little background, not background, but just a little synopsis of where we're at point in time. So the schematic designs, you've been, through this. It's a similar process as Edison, and we are going to share with you what we consider to be some very exciting concepts. As you know how the process evolves, there will be a bidding process, and there will be some things that may evolve as we go through additional rounds of input, as we get pricing, as we take a look at the project. You've seen that these things do kind of move in different directions as a process unfolds, but this initial stab at it, I think, reflects the budget that we're looking at, the budget numbers that we're looking at, as well as the programming, supporting the programming that we talked to the community about, that when they supported the referendum in terms of learning spaces, in terms of priorities. So I think you'll see all that reflected, and Craig can take it over at this point. If there's something I missed that you want to throw in there, feel free, Craig or Leanne, but essentially this is the beginning phases of the project, and it will continue to evolve, and we will continue to keep you posted as that happens. I feel confident, though, that since everybody has really kind of seen how it worked with Edison, that you'll understand where we're at. But obviously, Craig will take questions if you have them.
Leanne Myers-Smith. Good evening to the Board of Education, administration, any students or faculty or community members that might be watching now or later. My name is Leanne Myers-Smith, and I'm the Vice President of Architecture at White & Company. I'm taking over as project director and leading all of the projects now in Elmhurst. Terry Moeller, the former director, has retired, and I'm very excited to be working with all of you and to show you tonight what we've created with the help of your administration and staff. And I'm going to let Craig Sieska, our lead designer for the project, give the presentation, and then we'll answer questions at the end. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Leanne. Dr. Moyer, ladies and gentlemen of the board, thanks for having us, and it's really good to see you again, even under these circumstances. It's nice to get in front of you and share with you some of the exciting things that have been going on the last couple months. Have a very short presentation today. Really, it revolves around this conceptual diagrams that we've been working on and working through with the principals at both schools, the administration team on a weekly basis, and kind of based on all of the directions and the thoughts that we explored very briefly during the referendum process. So today we'd like to show you where we stand with Lincoln and Field. Before we get into the plans themselves, just want to just briefly articulate our motivation and inspiration for some of the diagrams and the designs that you're going to see. And really they come from two sources. And one of the greatest qualities we believe that you have here in the district is the fact that your schools are neighborhood schools. And with that, nestled within the community, there's a certain quality, size, proportion, proportion of the spaces, scale of the spaces. It just kind of feels right and really plays off of the houses that surround each one of the schools. And so we're going to try to capitalize on that, certainly in the way that the spaces are organized and the shape that they're taking. And then in later phase, when we come back, certainly the look and the feel and how they sit on the site will be evident by the inspiration will be evident by that fact. But as far as the inside goes, really we started really diving into and thinking and considering all the great hard work that your students and staff are doing on a daily basis. This idea of collaboration, flexibility, agility, transparency of spaces, making the spaces hardworking spaces, multifunctional and so forth. All of that goes into our thinking as we start laying out the insides and thinking about how the spaces relate to one another. So let's start with Lincoln, and we're going to start with the site. And as we said, that kind of a unique aspect of this is the fact that Lincoln takes up the entire block. Approaching it comes from 4 different sides, and so locating the building in a prominent place on the site that allows us to draw in and configure enough parking for the staff, as well as a bus drop-off lane, or a parent drop-off lane, excuse me. And maximize that, get cars as much as we can off the streets. So that all happens on one side of the site, putting the building maybe in that middle portion, and then on the far north end, or on the right side, what you're looking at right now is where we have the ball fields or the play fields, the hard surface play, and then you'll see a nod to playgrounds and so forth. All of that has to be kind of really looked at in more detail, but we feel that we have enough a comfortable organization, enough space there to take care of all those site amenities. So the site itself is really broken up into thirds, with the entrance being off of Fairfield, similar to what it is right now, and certainly with enough parking to the south end of the site, and then just a little bit in the front for visitors, as well as some ADA parking stalls. Let's go to the next slide, please. So imagine, if you will, taking the building now and rotating it counterclockwise 90 degrees. So north would be facing up. And on the right side of the page over here, we have the first floor plan, and the second floor plan is on the left side. A little bit on the bottom third of the first floor, you can see the main entrance with the security vestibule sequencing, similar to what we've done during the first phase of work here in the district. A security vestibule that opens up into a reception area and a suite of administration spaces. That's where visitors would come in and check in with the receptionist. They'd get vetted before being allowed to proceed into the remaining part of the school. On the other side of the vestibule are student support spaces, things like social workers, psychologists, the OT/PT spaces, as well as a staff dining area. And then in between those, you could see just a little square. It's kind of hard to tell, at least on my computer here, but it really is a communicating stair that goes up to the second floor in the library. We'll take a trip up there in just a moment. But really what we're going to do right now is concentrate on that middle portion of the first floor that extends from the south all the way to the north. And that's really kind of the spine of the building, I guess, if you will, or the galleria, as we're calling it. On the far south end, you'll notice a big green box, and that is a community resource room. And what we have done for Lincoln as well as Field is take a look at a couple spaces similar to what we did with Edison, if you recall, and had a couple extra spaces that would allow us extra capacity for students should the population increase, but also serve until that time as a resource room, a place for club space, perhaps professional development could happen there. A really flexible kind of space that addresses multiple needs for the students and the staff, as well as potentially the community. Moving up past the administration spaces and then into that sort of that white area and the yellow, the configuration or that room, that's really your dining, capable of supporting lunch for about 200 kids. And with all the support functions that happen towards the back over there. And then that big green bar to the, or green big box to the left is the gymnasium. That will also serve as our tornado shelter, a place for kids to go during inclement hazardous weather. A requirement for new buildings, especially like this. And so we'll be honoring those requirements, code requirements, and structural requirements accordingly. On the other side of the spine, you could, oh, nope. On the other side of the spine, you can see a series of orange boxes. Those are all the classrooms, kindergarten, first and second grade, arranged per grade into neighborhoods. And here's where we start breaking down the scale of the spaces. And you can see how that potentially has the potential of relating to the surrounding area. So kindergarten, first, second grade, with a lot of shared support functions in between, small group rooms, storage, toilets, for grades 1 and 2. And then for the kindergarten rooms, we would add, for every 2 classrooms, we would add some toilet rooms so that students have access to those on a moment's notice. On the upper floor, very similar arrangement to what we have on the first floor in terms of the classrooms, all those orange bars. Now we're talking about grades 3, 4, and 5. And each of the 2 classrooms will share toilet rooms as well as a bit of storage. In between, or kind of nestled into each one of these neighborhoods. And this happens on the first floor as well, is this idea of a kind of a commons living room concept that really contains and will be able to support spill out educational programs and so forth during the course of the day. It's a place for 2 different classes to come together, participate and do projects together, listen to lectures or what have you. All of that really kind of done per grade level. And then in that spine bar, again, you could the big yellow area. That is where we're considering and looking at placing the media center. Again, that has direct access to the downstairs via that square box in the center of the space. And then to the left, or the west in this particular instance, those green boxes represent space for music, art, maker space, as well as some ensemble space for music or some shared space between music and art. And then lastly, another one of those flexible classrooms that could be used for multiple functions. Kind of, I'll have to describe this a little bit, but you can see those 2 big X's or 3 big X's. Sort of that middle one over there, you noticed what looks like some extended stairs. Those are what we're calling learning stairs or gathering stairs that allow the library and the dining or cafeteria area on the first floor to be connected. It's a great place for, again, lectures, performances, has multiple functions, and really will serve as possible performing area for after hours activities, maybe even during the course of the day should the opportunity arise. And then lastly, on the upper floor, we're going to take advantage of, whenever we can, the opportunity of spilling out onto the roof and for some outdoor learning. And that would happen in the upper left-hand corner that you see on the second floor over there. Just a little bit of access from bridge access across the cafeteria to that space. So that pretty much wraps up the floor plan and the organization of where we're headed with Lincoln right now. The next couple of slides are what we're calling dollhouse views, or these bird's eye views. Kind of diagrams you're used to seeing when we presented Edison, and it gives you a 3-dimensional view of each one of the floor levels. And you can see right now each one of the spaces, the program spaces, are just boxes right now. That's really representative of the fact that we are at this early conceptual stage. We haven't populated it with any of the details, the casework, the furniture, or in some cases, not even the doors just quite yet. That's going to be coming in the next phase, I guess, if you will. But it really is an opportunity for us to study things a little bit more 3-dimensionally and give you an opportunity of seeing maybe how these spaces relate to each other on a more 3-dimensional level. We have one on the second floor too. In this instance, we're looking, next slide, please. We're actually even starting to contemplate and think about potentially where some of the glass could go, and ways that we can open up the school to the community and vice versa. We have a long way to go with that. That's, again, part of the next step, but it's never too early to start thinking about some of those things. All right. Let's move on to field, and then we'll take any questions or comments that you might have. Now, so one of the strengths of Lincoln is the fact that you could approach the site from all four sides, and with field, surprisingly, it's roughly the same size site as Lincoln. It's actually a little bit bigger, a little bit longer. But one of the challenges that we have over here is the fact that there's only one street that you could actually approach the school and the site from, and that is off of Emroy. So one of the challenges over here is try to figure out, exactly where the site can be, where the building itself can be sited, and where's the best place for the parking and the parent drop off and so forth. Another thing that we need to contend with on the field site, as opposed to Lincoln, which is relatively flat, field is not as flat as you think, and there's pretty steep drop off, about 5 to 6 feet, going from the north, which is on the right side, to the south, which is on the left. And so, trying to minimize the amount of cut and fill and haul off of dirt on site, we've gone ahead and positioned the new building on the north side, that you see on the right, and then followed by the parking, and then behind the parking and just adjacent to the building, all the same kind of amenities, the hard surface play, the playground. And we have a little bit more room for the kids to run around and capitalize on the green space. I should say, in both instances, in both schools, we are pursuing having stormwater detention placed underneath the parking. So that's giving us a little bit more square footage, again, a little bit more elbow room for the kids and the teachers on the outside of the building, and should work out fairly nicely for us. So let's go to the floor plan. Now this is a very different concept, not only from Lincoln that we just talked about, but from the existing facility that you have right now, looking at less of a bar and keeping it down to 2 stories again, but more of a pinwheel concept. And really the neighborhoods, still using that concept of classroom neighborhoods, but kind of fitting together as a puzzle. The main entrance on the first floor being on the right side, happens from the south, from the bottom going up, sandwiched in between the administration as well as the dining area. Again, we're going to be pursuing the security vestibule sequencing, just like we did at Lincoln and like we're doing at all the schools. And then as you approach the school and move down the hallway, you can see at the core of the space, as sort of the darker purple area, those are your student resource rooms, psych, social, OTPT, as well as some additional collaboration spaces. Kind of nestled and tucked into the side over there is a communicating stair up to the library, which we'll go up to in just a moment. And then you can see all those, again, all those classroom neighborhoods in orange, arranged around a central collaboration zone in a pinwheel fashion. Really a combination of small living rooms per grade level, as well as a larger collaboration zone, kind of make up that back third of the site. In green, just like we had over at Lincoln, is the gymnasium. Again, will serve as a stormwater, or excuse me, the tornado shelter. And then as where we started from by the security entrance is the dining area, and then nestled in between the dining and the gymnasium are the gray spaces, and again those are the mechanical room storage, and some toilet functions. On the second floor, very similar footprint again. We have the third, fourth, and fifth graders, again in that pinwheel concept with living rooms, and in that darker areas, the shared collaboration zone. As you move to the south, to the bottom of the page, there's your Media Resource Center. In this instance, we were able to locate the outdoor learning area adjacent to the media center, so access to that roof terrace is going to be available from that space. And then moving down the hall, as you move to the left or the west end, combination of flexible spaces, again sort of those shared areas, music, art, and then shared ensemble space. Across the library then is the maker space, and again this really kind of puts the media center in focus, at the center of all the activities. So pretty nice arrangement of spaces, very efficient in both cases, both Lincoln and Field. We are almost dead on with the square footage that we were planning for. Maybe just slightly a little bit under, but all within the referendum numbers that we provided. So we're excited that we're able to provide the kinds of programs and organization spaces that really are in keeping with the promises that all of us had made during that referendum process. Lastly, we have a couple of bird's eye views here that we're starting to look at a little bit more closely, similar to Lincoln. This is from the southwest, kind of southwest bird's eye view. Gives you a really good picture of the dining area and the security vestibule. If we go into that dining area, take a look at the where it says number 7. Those are the same kind of gathering stairs / learning stairs that will also lead from the dining area up to the library. And again, hopefully, in this instance, we're tucking it into the dining area instead of on the outside, but really gives us an opportunity of thinking about all kinds of things and a variety of activities that could happen in that space and that those stairs could be used for, around the school year. So a lot of potential that's happening over here in both plans. Lastly, the second floor. There you go. From the same view, this gives you a more comprehensive view of those gathering stairs and the relationship of the library to the dining, to all the enrichment programs that are on this end of the building. And the far back over there again are the classroom neighborhoods that really are going to receive a lot of attention as we get into the deeper levels of design and conversation and all the good things and elements that go into making that a functional and enlivened space. So that is the extent of the diagrams that we have for you today. Be happy to take whatever questions or comments that you might have. We went through it pretty quick. There's a lot of thought that has gone into here, and I'm sure that we didn't cover everything. So bring it on.
All right. Thank you, Craig. It's really exciting to see this start to take shape. So thanks for that. So because we're just on audio and it's hard to see, and everything, I'm going to just go through each board member and give them an opportunity to either ask questions or make a comment. And if they don't have anything, they can just pass. But I think it, it'll help us stay a little organized if there's.
Sure.
So with that, I am going to start with Courtney. Do you have any questions or comments?
Hey, thanks, Kara. Having had the opportunity to see these plans this week, I will echo to Leanne and Craig the excitement as a soon-to-be former Lincoln parent I feel about this. Leanne and Craig and we all discussed my concerns about the traffic patterns for that Hillside and Fairfield drop-off. But I am confident that you heard what we had to say this past week. And I know that those are things that we're going to start to take into consideration, being that these are just the kind of initial plans for Lincoln and just the first round of what we have. I am so excited about all the considerations you took into consider us, all the impacts and the decision making and all the voices that we have been spitting at you for the last couple of years about what's important to the community and in the school and everything. And I mean, I am so excited for the Lincoln community that will get to enjoy the school for many, 100+ years to come.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Craig, if you could maybe want to just touch on the traffic thing and what kind of the concerns we had talked about, because I'm sure that's something that everybody that in the Lincoln community is going to be like, what?
Okay, so if we can go back to the floor plan, that would be, or the site plan, that'd be helpful. Dave, can we go back?
Which I think is page 3.
There you go. Yeah, keep going back.
It's like the first diagram, basically.
Yeah, I think it's page 3.
Well, there you go.
There you go. So one thing to note, this is our initial attempt at trying to honor some of the congestion issues that we know that you've been experiencing. We've heard you loud and clear. Right now, the team is engaging a traffic consultant and a traffic study, and that is really part of the next steps to make sure that we got it all right. But generally speaking, right now on site, the way it has it right now, if I'm not mistaken, looking there, we have about 50 stalls on site. Not enough to take care of the number of staff and faculty that you have, number of cars that are on site. So you have a lot of parking that's happening in the area on the street. And one of the things that we're able to do based on the organization of kind of this breaking the site into thirds, we're able to situate and accommodate now 80 parking stalls, which includes 4 ADA parking stalls that you see along Fairfield and some additional visitor parking. So we're at this point, we should be addressing the parking concerns of not only the staff and faculty, but some of the parents that are coming. And on top of that, this idea of drawing into the site as many cars as we possibly can. Right now, we're showing them queued up around the south end and the west end of the building. Roughly about 30 to 35 cars will be able to fit on site. Now, that's not going to alleviate all the congestion that you have there, but it will make a significant impact on the number of cars that are just lining up along Hillside and Valette and Fairfield at the beginning and at the end of the day. So we're pretty excited about the fact that we're able to solve a couple of the major issues. Again, we want to make sure that we got that right, so we're going to have that tested out by our consultant and look at the recommendations accordingly. But right now, we don't anticipate changing any of the traffic patterns. We know those are well established in the community, and habits are hard to die, right? So I would imagine that the one-way streets during certain parts of the day are going to stay as one-way streets, and then on the off hours they'd go back to being two ways. But all of this is going to go into figuring ways of managing the flow of traffic on a daily basis over at the school. So we're feeling pretty good right now about how that's all working out.
I think Courtney's point from the other night, if I recall it correctly, Craig, is that the walkers and the one-way streets, that we may have to work with the police department to change some of those things around if this entrances and traffic flow ends up essentially being similar to what you're suggesting here.
Right. And, that's a good point, David. Really involving the police and having them kind of look at things as well, not just about what goes on inside the building, but what happens on the outside is going to be key to making this a success. And I think there was one other aspect, if I'm not mistaken, Courtney, and that was about the kindergarten drop-off area. So one of the things that we're going to explore moving forward here is ways that we can create a separate drop-off lane potentially, or a zone or something like that for kindergarten drop-off and pickup. So we still have a little bit of work to do, but we think it's headed in the right direction.
Yeah, Craig, I think the two primary concerns is for the Lincoln community that understands this layout right now. Right now, we drop our walkers come in through the playground on the Valette side, so the south side of the building. That we would now be looking at a complete switch to the north side of the building, where our walkers would then enter onto Montrose. And so, it really is it will be another example of how well the police department and the school district interact, because I'm sure they will take all of this into consideration when understanding that, what direction those one-way streets roll through during school hours. Right? So right now, Fairfield rolls to the north. So kind of what I envision just initially in this scenario is that Fairfield, when those cars are dropping off and that main entrance and cycling out, they would roll south to not come into the least amount of contact with those walkers entering off of Montrose or Hillside, because that's where that majority of the foot traffic will come from, now that the entrance or the staging area for our students will be on the north side of the building. And I love the kindergarten thought process along Hillside still. So, I mean, I know you're you guys are amazing putting all that kind of consideration into where all these walkers are coming through. So I really do appreciate it.
No question. There's a lot going on this site. And it'll develop. It's an iterative process, so it's going to develop more and more as we get down the road here. No pun intended. Well, pun intended. Okay.
All right. Okay. So thanks, Courtney. All right, Margaret.
Okay, thank you very much, Craig, for going through that presentation. A couple of quick questions. One, I'm wondering if you could go to the dollhouse view and explain a little bit more about the flow from that our library or media area to the cafeterias and some of the guardrails and those other pieces that were in place, which apply for both Lincoln and Field.
Sure. Can we go one more, Dave? One more slide. There you go. And really, that happens. The relationship that you're talking about, Margaret, happens between we see number 3 and number 8, and number 3 being the library media center. 8 is right above the sort of the gathering or learning stairs that descend to the dining cafeteria area. And you'll notice what's in white over there is really a hole, more or less, in the floor plan that allows you to look down into the dining area from that second level and along the perimeter of that. It's hard to tell, and if I had a pointer, I'd be able to show you, but along that edge is going to be a guardrail roughly 3.5 feet high or so. That's about code. We haven't really designed anything yet, but it's really there to act as a buffer so that the safety of the children are maximized. And then actually at the gathering stairs, at the top of the gathering stairs, there's a pretty nice little detail that we like to use, and that would be to create more of a buffer, but a bench type seat, so that you don't immediately walk to the edge and then go down, drop down another 2 feet or something like that. There'll be a nice little buffer there. So safety is maximized and adhered to in all aspects of the design, and particularly over here because we're dealing with multiple levels. Really got to make sure that we keep the kids and students safe.
Okay, thank you very much. And then my next question is, if you wouldn't mind flipping to the Fields site, the first field plan.
Okay.
And if you could talk a little bit about, I think there was discussion about the potential bus routes. I think there's 2 buses that come in through Field.
Yep, that is correct. And we have a couple different options to make sure we find room for that. And one might be right along Emroy. You can see sort of the middle curb cut, if you will, that allows you access into the site and then out on the north end of Emroy. It goes right in front of the main entrance. It has been talked about as a potential area for the 2 buses to come and drop off kids. We're also looking at different scenarios along Emroy itself and just make a little drop-off lane, or maybe even just keep the curb there and designate a certain area for those buses to be dropping kids off. That's kind of a detail that we need to go through yet. Our first step was to look at how many cars we could fit on the site, and now that we know where they can go in relation to the building, we need to take a closer look now at the buses, but we do have multiple options to address that situation.
Okay, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Okay, thanks, Margaret. All right, Chris, did you have any questions or comments?
Well, I just wanted to reiterate thank you for the work, and I think these plans look like a great start. Look forward to refining them as we go. I just had a quick question on water management planning, and just if you foresee any issues there, and if you feel confident that we've incorporated any lessons learned from our Edison experience into our planning.
Yep. And so our civil engineer, as part of this initial stage, has started going through the calculations that that we're going to be required for stormwater detention. As far as the calculations that we had before and now, they seem to be lining up fairly well. And the fact that we don't expect any kind of surprises now that we've gone through the Edison experience with the city and so forth. We have a very keen idea of what they're expecting, and based on where the floor plans are at right now, like I said, we feel comfortable that we could fit the detention underneath the parking lot fairly well, and
Okay.
within the budget that we're talking about.
Okay, and I know a second challenge that we faced, which we ended up resolving, but the issue of just having space on site to store materials that are in the buildings or to stage out the construction was a challenge that arose. Are you confident that you all have that taken into consideration?
Yes, and if you remember when we went through the referendum process, we went through that conversation or that exercise about how we're going to stage kids throughout the construction period. One of the drivers behind putting additional classroom space on at Bryan and then actually building out Edison was the fact that both of those schools would act as temporary schools for a number of the grade levels from both Lincoln and Field. Field was a later insertion, but so when construction starts, kids are going to move to those two schools, maybe even Hawthorne. I'm not sure. I don't remember if from Field they're moving to Hawthorne or not, but I know from Lincoln they are, and that really gives the contractors, ICI and all of their crew, free reign on the site to kind of move around and expedite construction practices and really be efficient with what they're doing. So it really is a good solid plan to get these things built in as quick a time frame as possible.
Okay, thanks. I think it's a great start, so thank you, and look forward to refining it as we go.
Great.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Karen?
Hi, thanks for the presentation and also allowing us to have a preview earlier this week. I actually have 4 questions. One, I just wanted you to repeat for the benefit of our community who would listen to this board meeting, that you are looking at not only working with the police department, but experts in the traffic patterns. That's really important because, we're landlocked and our schools are really integrated in the neighborhood. And so we need to honor the neighbors around those 2 schools. Mm-hmm. In particular at Lincoln, where all 4 sides of our site is really in the neighborhood, and making sure that we're not only aware of traffic patterns, walking patterns, but also the people who have to come out of their driveways into those patterns. Yeah. So if you can just give an idea or a quick bottom line, how you approach that to make sure that it's sound.
I want to talk a little bit.
Oh, Greg, I think your sound cut out a little bit.
Uh-oh. Just wondered if you wanted to say a little something about the traffic consultant that we have coming on board.
The traffic consultant has already started at both schools. And
I can't hear Leanne. Can anyone else?
You're really quiet.
Yeah.
Okay, let me try. I'm on my phone, so is that any better?
No.
Okay.
All right, how's that? Is that better?
Yep.
There you go.
Okay, got it. So we have engaged the traffic consultant that has been in the district before, and they've looked at both sites and have started their report. They're getting close to being done, but they were hoping, frankly, to get back out again when the students were on site so they could observe a little bit more with the students. But we have enough information that they are looking at all of the driveways and the distances from the intersection, the bus traffic, the flow, the walkers. So they're putting together their report and they're well on their way. So that's why we're comfortable showing these site plans. There's a little more work to do, as Craig said, but they're close.
All right. Just think it's important for us to highlight the expertise that you utilize to solidify. Okay. So with that, with the Lincoln site, Craig, just so that I'm clear, because I didn't ask it on our previous call, the kindergarten area, would that be the southeast corner of the Lincoln building? And is that why you're thinking that you could have a kindergarten pickup drop off?
Yes, and if you look at the first floor over here, the southeast corner would be the lower left, lower right-hand corner over there. That neighborhood, that suite of 4 classrooms. So if we go back one more to the site plan, we rotate the building
There you
clockwise.
go. Mm-hmm.
You get a really good feel and understanding of how the relationship that the classrooms have to the parent drop-off area, Hillside Avenue. So we think there might be an opportunity along there somehow, potentially, of capitalizing on a drop-off zone. And the kindergarten's rooms themselves are going to have doors to the outside from each one of the rooms. So again, trying to figure out a way of streamlining and transitioning the kids from the cars into the classrooms themselves. Hopefully will be made a little easier once we designate where the drop-off zone is for the kindergarten rooms, for the kindergartners. So
okay, then the other safety concern that I think is important for us to communicate on this board meeting is for Field and the north side of Field that is adjacent to North Avenue. And just can you highlight the safety that is already in place, and then what we would do to ensure any traffic, that the kids and the school is protected from that North Avenue traffic?
Sure, that's really a great point. And along North Avenue on the right side of this diagram, there is a sound wall barrier that extends roughly, I think, about 3/4 of the way up to the site. So a good portion of the building itself is shielded from the traffic that is flowing both in the east and west directions on North Avenue. There is a section of the corner that is opened up, and we're looking at trying to at least capitalize on the fact that this is sort of the gateway into the district, and so making the school a little bit visible from that corner is something that we're going to be paying attention to. At the same time, you'll notice that there is some green space that wraps around that corner, and trying to figure out the best approach of utilizing that space is something that we're going to be having in further conversations. Whether it turns into just a landscaped area with some buffers, landscaping buffers, or maybe an enclosed, secured enclosed area for some playground equipment might be another option. There's a number of things that we're considering right now, but certainly first and foremost would be the safety of the kids in and out of the building for sure.
Okay, great. And then lastly, I just wanted to just validate the size of each one of these schools is sufficient to accommodate the enrollment growth that we have. And 2, based on that enrollment growth, the staff and the staff parking, or a parking for everyone, staff and visitors.
Yeah, I'll tell you, one of the things that surprised us as we were going through this and laying out the buildings themselves are the fact that we were able to fit all the things that we wanted to fit on the site. And actually, I think it came up in a conversation that earlier conversation that we had with you, Karen. And the reason why that is because the buildings themselves are extremely, both buildings, the layouts in both plans are extremely efficient. There are spaces, both instructional spaces as well as hallway spaces that are doing double duty, and so that has allowed us to consolidate and really keep the square footage to a low roar, I guess, if you will. And that's kind of an exciting thing because it opens up a lot of possibilities, not only on the inside of the building between the spaces, but what we're capable and able to do with the building and how it relates to its surroundings. So a lot of exciting things happening there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kara.
Karen, if I could just, and Craig, if you notice, because these buildings are so efficient, some of the things that came out of the input in the referendum was the idea of, what if you build these buildings and you're full, similar to the question that you asked. And so each of these buildings has 2 additional classrooms. So Field's a 3-section school and Lincoln's a 4-section school. But there also was the ability to create some overflow if we do get odd sections or the community demographics change over and a certain neighborhood is a little more full for a period of time than another. So I think, so Lincoln is built for between 6 and 650 and Field between 450 and 5. And that's 50 more students than Lincoln currently has, and about almost 50 more students than Field currently has. So between those 2 factors, there's that cushion in there for enrollment growth.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, let's, Beth.
Thank you, Kara. I just wanted to also say thank you for all your work on this. It's been really exciting to see Edison, the work being done there and things taking shape. So it's also exciting to see the plans for these 2 buildings here. I know I mentioned this to you in our last call, but I just wanted to reiterate how great I think the neighborhood concept is for the classrooms. I think that having that central collaboration zone really supports the way that our teachers are teaching nowadays and how students are working together, collaborating, and through the workshop model, pulling groups together to work with from different classrooms. I think this just sets the stage for that very well for them. And then having the bathrooms close by those neighborhoods for those different groups is also nice and efficient for the teachers. So I just wanted to highlight that, but they look great. Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Okay.
We always look at these things as a beautiful backdrop for all the good things that the students and kids are doing. So we're really looking forward of really getting into the architecture and the details of this.
All right, Jim.
Hi, Craig.
Hi, Jim.
You answered most of my questions earlier this week, but the one that I was just thinking as you were presenting tonight, thinking about our schools as a resource for our community and the people that rent our facilities. Do the gymnasiums in both of these schools have in the design spectator seating areas?
We haven't gotten to that level of detail just quite yet, Jim, but certainly there's something that we should consider. At least a small amount of seating in the gym.
Yeah, I think
Certainly.
it would be great as you reach out to different portions of the community to design the space, particularly in the gymnasiums. If you would reach out to the people that rent our facilities and find out what kind of spectator seating would make these spaces desirable for them. I would appreciate that.
Will do.
All right.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And that's all I have.
Okay. Thanks.
So I just want to say thank you again for all this is such a great start, and it's taken so long to get here. So, it's really exciting to see it become a reality. And I guess what I was wondering, if you could just speak to kind of what's the next step in the process, and especially because now we're obviously functioning a little differently.
Sure.
What does this kind of look like moving forward?
Leanne, do you want to take that one?
I do. So thank you. Yes. So our next step we'll be continuing to refine the plan itself for sure, looking at a lot of details, adding doorways, looking a little closer, starting to put windows in where casework is, daylight. But primarily we will be shifting a little bit to the exterior of the building, developing how the building will look on the outside, the height, the volume, And then we'll be coming back to the Board of Education for your May 26th meeting to present the exterior of the buildings to go along with the interior design as well. And really working towards the end of May, completing what we call the schematic design phase of the project.
And then just I mean, maybe you're going to anticipate my question, but then where does the community fit into that conversation?
We were talking with Dr. Moyer about that today, so I'll let Dr. Moyer kind of comment on that.
Yeah, actually, I was anticipating a different question, but I can comment on that. We do recognize that it's important to get community involvement, and so we are looking at setting up something in early June, and it may be a community meeting that is online that allows for people to submit questions and allows us to create a running FAQ or something of that nature. It's a little bit hard to say because, of course, we don't know where we're going to be at that juncture, but we definitely are doing some planning for community involvement. And I also think that I should just reflect from the standpoint of people starting to wonder if any of this stuff is going to interfere with the start of school, or if this is a blessing for the construction workers to have a little bit more flexibility in how they're doing the work. As of right now, nothing has changed. Construction is moving along as originally planned. The concern that Terry Fielden has, if this were to continue for an extended period of time and certain restrictions would be in place into the summer, and they have to consider how many people they can have in a room at a time or other things like that, then we may be looking at some, right now we can move ahead without students in the building. That's a positive, but it is possible that we could have some things that could be a little bit challenging down the road, and so everybody just continues to make plan A, plan B, plan C, just to try to cover everything, because there's so much that it's difficult for us to anticipate right now.
All right, thanks. It seemed like everyone got their questions answered, so I think we're ready then. Thank you to Leanne and Craig. I appreciate you going through all this. Everything looks great, and it's exciting for the community to start to see what's going to happen. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us. More to come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, one last thing before we change topics, Kara, just along the lines of facilities, for the sake of the community, we have our Edison camera link up and running live now. So people that are interested in following what's going on at Edison can get on our webpage and have a chance to keep up to date with that. So Bev, I don't know, or Todd, if you want to share exactly how people could find it on the webpage, but I thought it was worth noting.
Good evening to everyone. In terms of the camera, we will be adding a specific slot on to our district website, to the district menu, where individuals can go and grab construction updates. We'll be separating that information out from that voluminous section of the master facility plan so people can easily find it, and also embed that video cam footage right there so people can just pop up the page and see it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So with that, we will move on to the second presentation, which is the draft student handbook, which will be presented by Dr. Grenz. So Scott, I'll let you take it from here.
Good evening, everyone.
We have not, since I've been here, and I don't know what practice was previously, we've not asked the board to approve the handbook, but we think that every year the board should approve any revisions to the handbook. We think that's good practice going forward. So this is the first time that you're going to be asked to do it. So Scott is going to go over a few things with you here, with the idea that we would bring this back on April 28th and ask for approval. We would take your input and suggestions on some things so that there's time to perhaps make some revisions if that's what the board points out to us, any things that they would like to see. So we'll just let Todd why do I keep calling you Todd tonight? We'll let Scott get going here.
Scott, did you want this memo?
Yes.
This one?
Yes, please. Thank you. So good evening, everyone, and thanks for the introduction. Hope you are all doing well, healthy, and home. So we have the culminating draft in front of us this evening from roughly August, September, October onward. And just to clarify what this is, so this is not a policy proposal. This is a procedure proposal. So we would not be shifting any of the existing policies. Those would be left intact. This would be an adjustment of procedures that would then be reflected in the middle school and high school handbooks and reviewed regularly, and then included as well in the course syllabi. So I will get into that in more detail as to why. So back in October, the 612 principals and the York Instructional Advisory Committee, which consists of department chairs and other leaders in the high school, sat down and we looked at the current homework and academic procedures. So homework being separate on its own because it seemed to be a bigger focus and an area for discussion. And then academic procedures consisting of 5 to 6 additional items that we'll get into more detail here in a minute. We looked at what was working, what wasn't working, what was consistent, what we could improve upon. And using their input, we proposed a series of changes that would potentially take place into the future. In November, we shared those at the committee of the whole and looked at a timeline to see what we could do to get this work off of paper and sort of into planning stages. We had some feedback opportunities for all staff from November to February in various different meetings and online. So that was for the homework procedures. So the homework procedures were shared electronically in some areas and in meetings in others. And there was a survey that went along with that for the community of school teachers to give feedback on, what they thought would work and what they thought would be a challenge with the homework procedures proposed. In January, we were able to then take some of those revisions and bring it to the Thrive D205 group and see, what feedback they had related to homework specifically, because we recognized that given some of the stress that was presented in the earlier work that Marianne Lemke had done on the homework piece, we recognize homework as possibly the big change agent for us to reduce some of that stress. The district leadership team also had a chance to give feedback that is comprised of representatives from each building across the school, and they focused again on the homework procedure as well. We had a Thrive D205 subcommittee look then at the work as well and give even additional feedback on the homework side of it. We then had a meeting in March 10th, which seems like it was a decade ago, with the assistant principals, and we looked at just, what are the current procedures with the handbook? So what do we do each year to make sure that this document is updated and referenced to make it a little bit more actionable and something we could use on a more regular basis. This evening, what we're trying to do is really just show where this is at. And like Dr. Moyer said, get feedback if needed. The idea would be that we would turn this around so that the academic and homework procedures would be shared back with staff and included then in syllabi that the teachers would be generating for future classes in the fall, as well as for homework in the handbook. Then the start of next year, ideally what would happen is we would have some consistency and the staff would review this. There's an image there in the bottom, Dave Smith, if you don't mind scrolling down just a little bit, that is really just an articulation of what was just sort of talked through. But what we're trying to show here is there's been a real craving for consistency. We've heard this in the thought exchange. We've heard this in the WE surveys. And what we're trying to do is get to those consistent practices with a framework. The framework here is just like we articulated now, which is you'd have the policy and procedures reviewed. We would make sure that the parent-student handbooks reflected that. The staff would be engaged in that in each fall, whether that be a review activity, whether that be principal-driven or team-driven or both. And then the Common Core syllabi is a new structure that I'll talk about in more depth that I think will really prove to be effective in this work. And then the big piece that we want to make sure we are including is student feedback along the way. And we have a couple of different mechanisms that came out of Thrive, as well as other feedback opportunities that I think are going to be helpful to do that. On the second page of the memo, there is a rationale for some of the areas of change that relate to the academic piece. So the first is assessment opportunities. We recognized early on that we had some inconsistencies with regard to certain belief sets and certain syllabi stating or believing that assessment was only going to be tests and quizzes. We wanted to make sure that we had language that clarified that that was not going to be the case moving forward. The homework procedures are not very different at the 6-8 level in what is being proposed. In fact, most of what we have from 6-8 was given directly from what is existing in their work. It's just not in the handbook. So it exists in different, staff-driven documents, but it may not be public. 9-12, we have varying procedures, and the hope is that we would start to create more consistency with that. And I'll talk in more depth about the homework in a minute. I just wanted to make sure you had a 10,000-foot look at what we were doing here. Extra credit is being proposed for removal. The reason for that is it would accompany the relearning opportunities and a future grading scale shift that we think is still going to be opportunistic for the students. And then the relearning opportunities, and I think this is an important item for us to focus on. Starting in 1920, redo retakes were provided for students. And the goal here was to really just provide more opportunities for students and to show their mastery with assessments. But what happened was a bit of an unintended consequence, and that was that we did have an increase in stress. In grades 9-12, we had approximately 1,161 retakes from October to December. And of the 1,161 retakes, 784 of those were for assessments that had an initial grade of a B or an A. So that means that almost 800 of the students that were retaking exams initially had a B or A and weren't satisfied with that. And while that can be viewed as a positive, the outcome of that was also that those students did report feeling higher levels of stress in the surveys that they completed. Related to that, only 11% of the students that were accessing the retakes had grades of D or Fs overall. So we want to try to find a way to be more targeted and intentional so that we do have those opportunities for all the students. The grading scale item here is the adjustment of the removal of 0. So what that means is that we would have uniformity and consistency in which any student that has a low grade on an assignment or a missing grade, would it be a 50-point allocation versus a 0-point allocation. And what that is intended to do is to try to not sink a student's grade point average, or I should say grade for that matter, so that it gets to a point where they cannot recover. I'll go into those items in more depth, but I wanted to do sort of a flyover on that and then give a little bit of a outlook as to what some of the other supports and outcomes are that are a little less ironed out, but are definitely in progress. So the first other support and outcome is the idea and development of course selection materials that would outline our homework. So we had some good feedback in one of the Thrive subcommittee meetings about the idea of surveying students similar to the culmination of a college course. And the idea being that we would then take the survey results and make sure that we are intentional in asking students in this course, how much time did you spend per week out of class on homework? And try to find a way to disaggregate that data and make sure that outliers were removed and that we had some accurate information. And then actually sharing that with students when they register for courses so that they can see what the intended outcomes are going to be for them if they take that course, as well as for parents if they're worried about a student who may be working through a lot of stress or maybe working another job or involved in extracurriculars. We just think it'll make a more educated decision. And we've seen examples of that in other schools as well. Common Core syllabi template. This is an item for this year that we think we can get off the ground still, despite some of the challenges with the COVID-19. The idea being here is that we would create common syllabi structures for all teachers, particularly in grades 9-12, and potentially as well in grades 6-8. The reason for this being that we would have consistent messaging built into the template so that teachers would have an understanding of what we were driving as a district and as one unit district for our students, but then we would also have space for them to creatively add their content and add their skills and add any other course syllabi information that they might need. We think that will be a big game changer for our parents and our community, because it will provide that consistency that I think many people are requesting and needing. And I think when you have a student that goes through a series of different courses, it can be very difficult to find the information they need in a quick way. The college credit course recommendations is a concept that is designed to help, again, inform students and parents during that course registration process. The idea being here is that we would identify and communicate as a district the potential opportunities that we would provide for students if they are taking a certain amount of college credit courses that may be challenging based on some of our experiences as a school. So the idea being that if I'm a student and I think I'm going to take, given the options that are available to me, a high level and a high number of AP courses, I may be given a form that my parents and I have to acknowledge that not only identifies that this could be a real challenge, but also gives the opportunity for me to look at the supports that would be available to me as a student. And that way the parent can take note of that as well and make sure that the student is accessing those supports should they need them. So it's kind of like a waiver that would be put in play just to help us make sure that we're systematically giving the information to the parents and the students in a way and in a time that they may not realize they need later on. So we're not trying to regulate it too much, but we are trying to provide the supports systematically so that they see that. The last piece there is about student supports and feedback. And during the year, the idea came up of actually pre-identifying some of those times that we were calling seasonal homework considerations. So the thought would be that in the fall, students and parents would receive a list of, and teachers would receive a list of times in the year in which the students are put under large constraints, whether it be college applications or might be a particular busy season for a different event. And that would be given to teachers and staff as well as the students to be aware of, so that those homework distribution pieces, as well as any other activities, would be taken into consideration in trying to sort of create that understanding of what the students are going through. And then the last piece there, and I think it's probably one of the more important ones, but it sort of just sits on the bottom and it's not bolded, but the idea of having regularly scheduled meetings with students, whether it be through, like a York advisory team, in which we are actually talking about homework and we're talking about workload and we're talking about feedback, so that students are part of the conversation and it's so that they have a two-way channel to give that feedback. Right now, these items are in some areas big, in some areas robust, in some areas not as much. But the whole thought here is that we currently don't have the word homework in a lot of our documents. And the fact that we've spent, a significant amount of time in thinking through this, the hope is that we can continuously improve this along the way, but we can't do that if we don't talk to the students. So I think having a regularly structured, reoccurring agenda item with a group of key students, I think will help us make sure that whatever we put into play is strong and is, retuned when needed. So the other accompanying documents are really just proposals of the text, the actual language that would be going into the handbooks if approved. And the bold sections of those documents are where the new language is proposed. This sort of stemmed from a review of current handbooks and looking and seeing, what do we say about homework now and what do we want to say about it in the future? So the homework is one side of it. We talked about allocations of a guideline, similar actually to what the Illinois State Board of Education just recently did with remote e-learning. It's not, a strict adherence, but it's a guidance structure. So the idea being that we would recommend times and allocations of times for students to be spending on homework per day based on their grade level. Now, monitoring that is still a work in progress, and that's where I think we need to improve a little bit more upon. But I think having the student feedback, the common course syllabi, and the course selection materials outlining the actual anticipated homework will be good steps in that direction, but I don't think they will be foolproof. I think we will need to continuously have a focus on that. So that's the homework piece in a nutshell. We provide some language regarding guidance for teachers, students, and then supports for parents and guardians to help on, and just, to have, parents be aware of along the way as it relates to homework. The extra credit I talked about, and the removal of extra credit, and the thinking being that we tried to do several steps related to extra credit and making sure that it was only for academic related items, and that became difficult to define. And I think it actually led to a diluted, academic experience. So we're trying to just make the focus more on structured relearning opportunities and a more equitable grading scale for the students with the 50-point range. The redo retakes and these flyovers that I'm giving here are reflective for both 6-8 as well as 9-12. So we're trying to create that consistency as well for those students as they go from middle school to high school. With the redo retakes, the proposal was to provide students with the opportunity to retake 2 summative assessments per course or per semester if it's a semester-based course, or if it's, an all-year course, it'd be 4 for the year. And the idea being that we would try to then make sure the student is supported and not focused on the actual grade. The higher grade would stick versus the second, which was something we had initially proposed, and we had some strong feedback on that. And final exams would be excluded from that process as well. There would be a bit of a time frame of 3 weeks to help the students, make sure they had time to do that. And there would, ideally be multiple opportunities for the students to, revise their work along the way, and obviously be getting teacher feedback, which is something that we've actually been given some real positive feedback from the students already with e-learning or remote learning. And I think that hopefully we can kind of carry that into the school year. Other than that, I think that provides a snapshot of each proposal, but not entirely in detail. So I'd love to just sort of open it up to questions, feedback, maybe compliments, hopefully.
All right. That was great, Scott. And for once, you're not at the very end of the meeting. So we're
That's
all
right.
still, not asleep. So thank you. Very thorough, and appreciate all the details. So I know that, well, I'm guessing all of us have a lot of questions. So, we'll just do the same thing. Maybe, offer a couple comments or 1 or 2 questions, and we'll probably go back through the roll on this one because you might have something else that you think about during the discussion. So I'll start with Beth and go from there.
Thank you, Kara. First off, I just want to say thank you, Scott, to you and your team for working on this. I know in being on the Thrive D205 committee, one thing that we heard a lot about in collecting data with Thought Exchange and some other surveys was the consistency piece and clear expectations. And I think this really addresses that and can address and help in a lot of those different areas. So I'm happy that that you guys are working on this, and I think it'll help students to have these consistent messages, and then also helps our teachers because then when the students come in, they already are, they know the expectations, they've already been through it, and then when it stays the same year after year, it's something that they don't have to relearn for different classes. I really like the cycle that you showed of going back and getting more feedback and collecting data to see if maybe there's things that need to be tweaked, or getting feedback from students and see how these procedures are working, and just have this be going on constantly. I think that's great. One thing I think would be nice is, I know for my students, when we start the school year off, the handbook is something that we get as we're doing everything else at the beginning of the school year. You can walk in, you're getting books, you're getting the handbook, and all the information is given to you at once, and you kind of come home with this wealth of information to read through and sort through, and sometimes it's hard to do at that moment. So I think it would be nice if parents and students could see this information maybe a little bit earlier than the start of the school year, so that going in, it's very clear to them and they just have a chance to digest it and be ready for that walking into the school year. I know this, I'm sure, I know it's online, and I know it's always presented to parents and students, but maybe in a time when they have a little bit more time to sift through it could be helpful. So just one thought I had. And then I did have one question about the relearning, Scott. For some classes, as you know, the exams are given and they're kind of broken down into sections. So you might have a Unit 1 test broken down into A, B, C, D. I know there's certain math classes and probably other classes that do that. So just maybe something to think about in the fine tuning when they're told that they can retake 2 tests. I would assume that would be 2 unit tests, and that they could retake whatever pieces of that unit test they needed to. I know that just varies a little bit and might be something that could be confusing. So just something I wanted to mention.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Beth?
Nope, that's all. Thanks, Kara.
Okay, so let's go to Jim.
Thank you, Scott. Hey, just to follow up on your request for compliments, I want to start with a few. First of all, your picture, stunning. Looks like it came out of your high school yearbook. Second, I think that's thank you for incorporating the idea of getting student feedback and surveying our students on how much homework each class they put into each class at the beginning of the year. I think that's the only way we can get a true idea of really how much time is spent on homework in classes. You talked that you spoke that this was a kind of a living document and going to be subject to annual changes. Can you speak to the feedback mechanism to incorporate those changes? And will those be coming just from teachers and administrators, or have parents and students been included in that feedback loop?
That's a great question. We initially are thinking with the student side of it that we would need to start with the high school and obviously have the middle school included as well. So the thinking with we would definitely want student feedback as well as the staff input throughout. The staff input this year is really a structure we could repeat in terms of surveying them with proposed documents and utilizing the IX structure and the principals and department chairs in the middle school. But the student feedback, I think we need a little bit more of a strong and unified approach. So currently, one idea at York is to utilize, one of the principal groupings that meets with the principal on a regular basis, and really holding that group accountable to making sure that on each agenda item, they talk about the actual structures that are in play on the syllabi. I think right now, if you were to show a student a handbook and were to say, can you give me feedback on this? You'd be, asking them to do like near paralegal work. And I think if we have more of a common syllabi structure and we were able to say to the students, what is it about these key academic procedures that we've outlined on the syllabi? Which ones are working, which ones are not? I think it'll give them a little bit more focus that we can actually act upon. So I think that'll be the student piece. The parent piece we have not talked about in great depth, and I think that could be a great next step. to think about, the degree to which this needs to change. Right now, I think this is a big shift because we don't have this information articulated very strongly. We have it in different spots. So the reason it's been sort of a I wouldn't say long process, but I'd say thorough, is because it doesn't really exist right now. The hope is that when it starts to actually play out, the changes will be smaller throughout the process. But I think we could work on the parent piece to make sure that there is a mechanism for that, because right now I don't have a great answer for that side of it.
Scott, what do you think about perhaps emailing your work here, your proposed handbook, out to the PTA council and middle school and high school PTA presidents so that they can forward on to their membership, and in the next couple of weeks see if parents have some suggestions or see something that for the people that were so close to it that maybe they missed because they were too close. Do you think there's merit in doing that?
There could be. I think it can be dangerous as to, when we cut that off in terms of other groups feeling excluded if we don't include them. And I'd want to make sure that, they were giving feedback on practices that we had put in play, that we have, some actual traction on, versus some of these are a little more in the planning stage still. But I think down the road, we need to at some point make sure we have a feedback mechanism for the parent side of it. I mean, we heard parents loud and clear, request consistency with, the WE surveys and the thought exchange. And I think that was really good and actionable. I would just want to make sure that whatever survey or whatever feedback we're getting, that we can act on it.
Yeah, Jim, I guess I was just going to ask, we did the REACH program analysis. We got feedback there, the thought exchange. What were you hoping to capture that we haven't already tried to capture from parents?
No, I think we've done a pretty thorough job. I'm just a big believer in being able to have parents review it and take one last look for things that maybe we've missed. And I'm not worried about small details. I'm worried about maybe one big concept that we just haven't thought of, but becomes obvious to parents.
Okay, I can let me talk with Casey Braun. She's the PTA Council President this year, and let me try to see what she thinks about how that might look. I'm a little bit concerned that when Scott says actionable results, and I don't know if he was referring to this or not, people are really, I think that people are more stressed than not right now with all the remote learning that's going on. And I just hope that if we get feedback, it's good feedback and it's not colored by the frustrations and them commingling what's going on here with homework and whatever. But I'll talk with Casey about your idea about soliciting some additional feedback.
And I think you bring up a good point. I'm also open to the idea that maybe now is the wrong time. And, maybe we float this out to parents when it becomes a little more real for them at the beginning of next school year. And they're starting to live with some of these new procedures.
That might not be a bad idea because they wouldn't be hypothesizing, and we could work that into the next round of WE surveys and correlate that with the student feedback and some of that kind of stuff too, possibly.
Yeah,
if people think that's a route to go.
I think that's probably the right time to solicit feedback. And if there's something that is consistently mentioned by parents, maybe we take a look at making revisions, mid first semester. Or
yeah, I don't think that's entirely out of the question to do. I mean, these are practices. They're things that can be fluid. We can learn from them, and I think that we will actually learn a lot from this in the fall. So I don't think we have to assume this has to be an annual thing. Certainly, we should be able to work this into our regular practice and PLC work and everything else.
Yeah, and my final comment is that I think this will be a big relief to students and parents that we have consistency and it's all in writing, so that people know what the playing field looks like.
Thanks, Jim.
All right.
Thank you, Scott.
Is that it, Jim?
That's it for me.
Okay. All right. Margaret?
Yeah, hey Scott, this is Margaret, and I just wanted to really thank you. I love the fact that this information that you presented, real strong fact base, a lot of research went into it, decision making. So that is fabulous. I thought it was particularly interesting, the information you highlighted about the test retakes with, I think, and I'm rounding numbers here, but about 800 out of 1,200 students retook tests for the difference of an A and B, and your decision on why you chose not to move forward on that. Very thoughtful. I am also equally impressed with some of the other supports that you put in place, such as the course selection, the syllabi template, and the college credit. I do have a question, however, on the implementation of the, let's see, you called it seasonal homework considerations. I'm curious because I'm just thinking of the high school right now. There are so many different seasons depending on what activities you're involved in. So I'm kind of curious on the thought process on how that may or may not work. And again, I'm thinking about the high school, since there are so many different activities and clubs and sports and other events, musical, arts, theater going on for our students.
Yeah, that's a great question. We have struggled with that as well. One of the thoughts that has been thrown around is the idea of maximizing the Google Calendar a little more for this work. So having a calendar that all of the teachers could see, that would help see based on grade level, what it is that is taking place at that particular time. The other piece that's been an outcome of some of the survey work we've done is just, a general need and quite frankness for our staff to get to know our students a little better. And I think, one of the pieces that came out of the WE survey was a need for us to just constantly be working on our knowledge of students. So that might be shifting the focus so that departments and teams look in the beginning of the year into getting those students and seeing, what activities are they involved in. Teachers have sometimes in a high school setting, upwards of 100+ students. So actually making it systematic and devoting time at the beginning of the year, and maybe if at different points in the year, for the teachers to be able to, hit pause on some of the more academic items and focus on a little bit more the social emotional piece of connecting with their students and getting to know them. So it's a two-pronged approach. But I think there needs to actually be, to one of the points made earlier, we need to get it in writing to help the staff see in advance of the year, hey, here are points in the year in which we are extremely busy. These particular students involved in this group are going to be traveling out of town at this particular time. So we don't have it flushed out, but I think the key answers to that are documentation and doing it earlier than later, utilizing electronic calendaring to make sure that we have, real-time access. And then the third piece is just getting to know our students even better and better.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. To be frank, it's still a little difficult for me to kind of appreciate the implementation. However, I think one of the best parts of this plan that you have outlined is the feedback. And it looks like that's somehow it's a regular feedback process. So that if this implementation of this seasonal homework needs tweaks, we have a process in place where we could tweak it, where we would get feedback both from the students and with the conversation that was recently had with Jim and possibly the parents too, as well as staff. So for those reasons, I just think it's a very, very strong plan. Thank you.
No, I think that's fair, and I appreciate the feedback. I think you're on point. I appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Margaret. Anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Karen?
Sorry, it took me a minute to unmute. So, Mark, this was a huge endeavor. You went out to a lot of people and got a lot of feedback, and not only external but internal. And it's a lot of students and a lot of people and a big undertaking. So, great job here.
Thank you.
I, in particular, really like the other supports and outcomes section. I thought that was great. And the whole concept that you added to during, I think it was answering some of Beth or Jim's questions about the syllabi. That was a really good section of setting up when students first go into the classes, or even beforehand, if it's in the course catalog, for them to get an idea of what the expectations are, because they can then begin to plan for their semester. And it really is a precursor to the procedures that colleges use. So, and like kind of like how you would go into the work field, and if you've got projects, you've got to kind of lay that out. So I thought that was fabulous. So it teaches the right process and skill sets, as well as we're doing the right thing by providing that. I thought that was top notch. One tangent, I'll call it, and I don't want to spend too much time here, but as I looked at all of the depth and thought about all of the work that went into it and all the people that have provided time and talent, that when I went back to our policy 6290 homework, it was pretty lean. And I'm not saying we should add much to it, but there's a thought of should we at least consider including the purpose or the intent for homework, like the value added supplemental learning, just something that simple. With that, then here's where I have a question, and it's around 3 items: extra credit, relearning, and the removal of the zeros. I'm not sure that it's clear yet what we're trying to achieve. So I'll start this way. As I looked at, and I was so glad that you provided this information on some qualitative data. If the data for relearning opportunities is increasing stress, and the majority of the students that are retaking already have B's and A's, I can see why that's additional stress. They're just looking at continuously any opportunity they have, they want to just get better, right? Great. But is it really going to move the grade that much with the additional work and stress? So it's that balancing act. So I say, we also, and if only 11% of our students are taking advantage of this, where they're students who have D's and F's overall, then I'm not convinced it's really what is incenting them, because isn't this part of it too, is giving them an opportunity to ensure that they're learning. So that's really my basic premise. As I then look at what we're trying to achieve with relearning, and should we delay or defer the removal of the extra credit until we have moved, I'm going to call it, the right students into this relearning and retaking, because it's all about learning, not just that end letter grade. And then the last piece is I am confused or not clear about how does the zero removal create equity? Can you address?
Sure. Yeah,
Okay,
great questions. So the extra credit piece is already minimal to non-existent in the high school specifically. So this is more for documenting it to make sure that it doesn't get overutilized and inflate a student's grade and have, sort of a damaging effect on a student's actual linear progress. So that we've seen that happen before, in which it creates sort of like an odd bell curve in which the grades all jump suddenly right before the marking period ends. So that
Can I ask a question of when was that extra credit removed at the high school? The last 2 years? Do you know?
Historically, I don't know,
Okay.
but I just mean in terms of practice, it's not in play.
Okay.
You would think.
Extra credit, let me clarify. There may have been that at the beginning of the year when there was a lot of confusion about the grading process at York. There may have been some confusion in some teachers' minds. We told them that this year we were not going to take extra credit away because we did not have a retake policy to substitute for it, or a standardized approach to how we were dealing with zeros. And so, but what we said was that extra credit had to be related to the curriculum. It couldn't just be, nonsense stuff to get points. Because the theory here is, if you have standards and you have expectations about what you want students to master, then you want them to learn what you think the most important material is, most important concepts. So the grade should reflect that. And so the idea with the zero is that zero can wipe kids' grades out to where the kids that are in that 11%, if they start to realize that passing becomes an impossible situation because you're averaging grades, then the learning stops and they tend to just, stop trying. So the idea of the zero is that it's a mathematically flawed concept because of the intervals of the traditional grading system. So what we're trying to do, and I'll let Scott talk about some of the other things related to equity. I don't want to take his whole stage here away from him because he's finally not last on the agenda. But the idea is that all of these things are supposed to work together to promote mastery of essential learning, where the grades reflect what the kids actually know and can be able to do. And also so that the students who struggle the most that we have a support system in place to try to make sure that they do not give up hope. Because the key for those students that struggle the most is once that trigger goes where they give up hope, then it's done. So,
right. Although what you just said, Dave, all of that bigger picture as to why we're doing this would be great to be documented somewhere as we roll this out, not only to the students, but the parents and the staff.
Yeah, we could do something like that to support the change. I think that makes some sense.
And I think adding to that approach would be us being, more targeted, which has already been a focus area, even again with remote e-learning taking place, on making sure that we have direct and strategic outreach to the 11%. So using the 11% in this example to encompass those students that have a D or an F. When we left school, we still have students that are in that situation right now, even in the current state. So this opportunity, to use a negative situation, we're learning from it. We're having to find new and creative ways to make sure that we have a very, very strong approach. We're specifically targeting every one of those students to make sure that they are engaged and supported to get out of that D or F range. So I think that'll be the side part of that relearning piece, is making sure that that there's more of a marketing approach to how we do the relearning, and the fact again that it'll be on the syllabi is just a weak starting point in that process. But I think we need to do more work on our outreach of those students as well to make sure that the equity piece is a absolute focus.
And I think I'll just build on that real quick, and then I'll stay out of it. You need to have a partnership, and you need to invite these students that we're talking about into the process. We have to get away from the mindset that kids are allowed to choose to fail.
Yep.
So all of this kind of stuff works together. Hopefully, if you do it right, it does make sense. It's just different than what I think sometimes people are used to. based on their, experiences that they've had in school or whatever. So.
Okay, should I continue?
Sure, go ahead.
Sure.
Okay, so when we talk about, I can't remember exactly where it is, Scott, but it's maybe it's a seasonal, where the staff will kind of accommodate what the kids' schedule is. I just want to make sure that we're careful on our language there, that we do not leave ourselves open to say that we're going to be doing the work of balancing or accommodating if a student is busy with a lot of things, that we own that. Do you see what I'm saying?
Sure.
And it's only in our responsibility. I just want us to be careful of the language that we use, because even when I was reading it, I'm like, ooh, it sounds as though we're putting more priority on the extracurricular stuff. Do you see what I'm saying?
No,
So I
yeah,
just want us to
absolutely.
be careful with the language. That's
Yeah,
my
no, that's a great highlight. We want to make sure that teachers are just flexible and sensitive. And even, going back to Margaret's feedback earlier, just making sure that we are broadcasting this and revisiting it, and then, getting that feedback along the way. Right now we don't even talk about homework in the handbooks. The word homework literally shows up twice. And it's generally about how to pick up homework for a student. So I think this additional focus, while definitely imperfect, needs to be continuously improved along the way. And I think you highlight a really great point there as well with the seasonal piece.
Okay, and then we're not supposed to be talking about the grading piece, right? So for example, in your middle school handbook, the changes, page 2 states 7th and 8th graders will have grades. And then on page 4, it only says, let's see, 6th and 7th grade. So it seems inconsistent, not unless I'm not understanding it. So page 2 and page 4, that middle school.
Okay.
And
so
we don't necessarily have to address it here, but if you just want to touch base with me tomorrow or something, just to make sure that we have that right. Because as I read it, if I were a middle school student or parent, I'm not sure that I would have understood if I were a 7th grade.
I think we didn't. We should have organized this a little clearly to state that the non-bold text was the current language, and then on the last page is the page 4 is the proposed approach for the future grading scale, which would still involve grades at this point. It just would have a different calculation based on the grade level of the student.
Right. Okay. And then lastly, I still am not yet fully on board with the calculations, the grades based on the number of standards achieved and all that. But once again, I just want to be on the record that I think that that's still very subjective, not objective. And I think that we need to be careful of that. And I would like to have a further conversation, whether it be board or me separate with whoever needs to in administration, so that I can understand that more and get a better comfort level. I'm done.
We intended, of course, we got derailed a little bit here, but we have done some planning to take into account feedback from the February meeting, and we have put some ideas into place about how to move forward and address some board concerns. So that is something that I talked about learning and teaching within the last couple of weeks, and we need to revisit. I agree, we need to revisit that with the board soon. So our intent is to do that. You could certainly call and ask questions, though, individually. You should feel free to do that. But I just wanted you to know that we weren't, we didn't lose sight of that.
Thank you. I'm done, Kara.
Okay, thank you. Courtney?
Thank you. And I know that I've spoke with Scott a couple times this week about clarifications. One of them that Karen brought up, I had the same exact question, Karen. So I feel better that I'm not the only one that didn't understand the bold versus unbolded, but so I appreciate that. But most importantly, I wanted to say thank you to Scott to you and your entire team for all the work that you've put into this. I don't want it to go unrecognized about how important this undertaking was and how vital it is to continue to reevaluate it with student input and teacher input and community input. I mean, I can't emphasize how important it is for all of our students to have multiple opportunities to demonstrate that they can succeed in a class. And I think that one of the ways to help our students succeed is to set them up for success. And in my opinion, knowing what the expectations are in a class, knowing what they need to do in that class to succeed, and if they are evaluated consistently across classes, not depending on instructor, is how a student will succeed. And in my opinion, alleviate stress for that student walking into that class. And the fact that we're finally talking about homework and assessments and retakes as part of our handbook, in my opinion, gives our students that opportunity to succeed, because it will be consistent and they will know walking in what's expected of them. So no questions on my end. Just want to give a huge shout out because this was a huge undertaking. And I truly, truly appreciate all the work you and your team put into it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We had a lot of people involved in this, so this is definitely a we event, but thank you.
All right, is that it, Courtney?
Yes, I'm good.
Okay, so I'm gonna skip Chris for now. And I just have a couple, I don't know, kind of three, I don't know if they're really even connected other than they're on the same topic. So the first comment, I guess, or is just, I feel like with this distance learning, you know, and what we've been talking about standards, it feels like, you know, distance learning, maybe just because I'm e-learning with a child with special needs, but all of a sudden it creates a laser focus in what is important in the learning. And you're kind of cutting through some of the extra and say what's really important to learn. And so I guess I just feel like the work that's been happening in the discussions, and now with this experience that none of us anticipated, yet here we are. Hopefully what comes out of this is just a renewed sense of the learning that's really important for kids, I guess. So that's really just a comment. But what I really wanted to say is I think the biggest thing is we keep saying is consistency. And I think that is what I am so grateful for, that you have created a way to, a mechanism for there to be some consistency across classes and across the school, so students know, you know, this is what I can expect. Because I think a lot of the stress that we talk about with students comes from them not being sure about what the expectation is. So I love that there's this move and hard work to get towards consistency in our practices. And I also really appreciate the work that you put into the ongoing feedback, because I think it feels good to know that this isn't set in stone forever, that we work through it and, you know, adjust as needed. And I think there's a comfort for students and parents, and I would hope teachers, to know that we work through it and there's a mechanism to get feedback and we adjust so that it's working well for everyone. So thank you for that. And as far as the feedback, is there any, you know, you mentioned the York advisory team, and I don't really know who's on that, but is that representative of all, I guess I would say, different, I don't know, types of students, meaning, you know, you have students that participate in different ways academically, you have students who participate in different kinds of extracurriculars. And so on that advisory team that includes students, is there a good representation of, you know, York High School on that?
That's a great question. And I think, if I was to look back at my own student experience, I don't think I would have been on the York Advisory Committee and in any capacity whatsoever at that point in my life. But we did think of that. That was brought up at Thrive D205 as well, and we need to make sure that it's robust. As well as another action item I have is to make sure we have a similar practice in the middle schools. So we may not have that structure perfectly. A lot of times we go to your point around things like student council members. Well, those are oftentimes natural overachievers who, really kind of step up into this work. But we want to make sure that we're also targeting, again, to use that percentage, those 11% students that maybe aren't necessarily involved in those activities as naturally as some others are. So I think it's a great point, and we definitely have it on the list.
Okay. And then sort of to add on to that, Jim had mentioned getting feedback from parents, and, I feel like as a high school parent, you are wanting your child to advocate for themselves, but yet they are still teenagers and there's challenges. And in the future, if there's a way to have a mechanism for parents to, I don't know if feedback's the right word, but participate in a way that they feel like they have a voice to say, hey, as parents, maybe we need this kind of support, or we feel like this isn't really working. And again, that cross representation of, we have different kinds of kids and different kinds of families.
Sure.
I would like to, I don't know what that looks like, but, just having that maybe be a part of this too, where parents have an opportunity to have a voice in this and maybe other things as well.
Yeah, I think that's great. I will connect with Dr. Moyer on next steps related to that.
So I think that, I have this really odd little thing, but okay, when you talk about parent expectations with homework, so you're going to probably think I'm funny. I don't know, but it tells us that, like, if I'm a parent reading this, it says that I need to utilize Power School on a weekly basis. So I think that it shouldn't say weekly basis. I think it should be up to the parents to decide, because I feel like your child, each child is different. And, we have some parents who watch it every day, watch it by the hour, which isn't maybe healthy. And so I guess I don't know, I'm just putting that out there, that to maybe leave it a little more broad. And because I know for
Sure.
some people that creates angst that, oh, I should do that, and I'm not doing a good job at that.
No, that's a great point. We had feedback from one of the instructional coaches in that same bullet to make sure that the child was engaged as well. So I think that that's a great piece of feedback, and we made some adjustments there, but we can make more. So that's great.
So that thanks for all your work on this. Very thorough, very detailed. I know it's been a huge endeavor, so thank you for that. And does anybody else have anything? All right, then
Kara, can I just mention one thing quickly if Chris doesn't have anything?
Yep.
I just wanted to talk briefly about the seasonal homework considerations and something that Dave had said about keeping students part of the process. And I think that just putting that language out there and opening up the conversation, like Scott was mentioning about strengthening relationships between students and teachers, I think it helps students advocate for themselves and be able to go to their teachers if they're having something going on at home or something that's come up that's causing them stress, to try to set up a plan with their teachers to address that and to be able to support them. So in my mind, I don't see that always has to be a very strict, laid out, these certain events are things we're going to accommodate for necessarily, but could be a great way to help build relationships between the students and the teachers and just, teach them that advocating for themselves piece that they're going to need moving into college as well. So just wanted to.
Sure. Can I just close it with, some real quick thanks? This I definitely couldn't have done this without the Thrive D205 work, and I think having that feedback mechanism was hugely helpful in getting this out, as well as the 612 school leaders. Dr. Cohen's name is on this as well, and I didn't really give him any credit, and I think he deserves a lot of it. And also kind of a hidden player in this has been Marianne Lemke. She's had a lot of really good ideas and just kind of says it as it is, and that helps in times like this as well. Related to this, leading a lot to make sure the top of it, even though we're not in office or in schools right now. So just want to say thanks to all those folks.
Thanks, Scott. All right, so next on the agenda is the technology report, and that will be done by David Smith, and I believe I saw our new tech person, RJ, join the meeting.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, welcome. And I just have to say, as we start this out, David Smith, you and your team, I know, have been working incredibly hard. We gave you a retirement send-off a few weeks ago, and yet you have continued to work and done an amazing job, and I know it's been hard, and I just want to say thank you, because clearly we needed help.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Actually, it's been quite an experience, and I think I'm going to look back on this fondly someday. Not quite yet, but I'll get there.
So, all right.
So I'm going to just say ahead of time that there is a video in this thing, and I'm noticing a little bit of choppiness on my internet. So I hope we get through it okay. If not, then if we have trouble with the video part, then I might ask you to watch that video off on the side. But anyway, we'll see when we get there. But this is the annual technology update, and it's been a real pleasure to work with Scott and RJ on putting this together over the last few weeks. And actually, there's been quite a lot of work building up to that from folks within the technology department as well to pull information together. So this is the culmination of some hard work while we're also dealing with some other things. So I appreciate everybody's contributions. The outline is essentially people, process. So we'll talk a little bit about some of the technology department processes and efforts underway. And then the product piece is more the stuff. So the plans, the projects that we're working on coming up, and the plans for next year. And then we'll talk about the budget. And then we're going to circle back at the end. And RJ and Scott are going to dive a little deeper into some of the plans for next year. So first, I want to acknowledge the technology department. These are really all the folks involved. The ones in red are brand new this year. They've all started since July 1st. So they're less than 1 year into working at District 205. They're all making tremendous contributions already. It's really amazing. We've hired some great people. And so I'm really happy to have them on board. And of course, there is an extension. It's not just all the technology department. We've got the TSI students with Christian Bartholomew as their teacher. And they're just a tremendous, tremendous asset and resource for the district, for the students. They handle all of the Chromebook repairs and issues from grades 2 through 12. So quite an awesome set of people, and they do great work, and they help us out tremendously. And they're also helping us out now with e-learning. We got off the ground recently with ETSI now, they call it. And so they're doing they have a Google Meet every day for an hour that other students can jump in on, but they're also handling some of the tickets and some of the issues that are coming in. So they're tremendous help. And then we have our K-8 technology assistants. That's one person per building. That is a little bit of boots on the ground in the building. They do other things as well. They're not strictly technology, but they also help us with deploying technology, troubleshooting things, various needs in the schools. And of course, the technology committee, which met several times this year, and we have really had a core group that were committed and worked not only in the committee meetings, but outside of the committee meetings, all volunteer time. And I think, you may recall back in January, we had a readout of the tech committee. So we're very, very happy that we had such a strong group this year. And we hope to have as strong or better next year. Just a quick update on some of the things. The technology department, of course, just like any group, works to sharpen the saw. And so we had a number of different members of the department take different types of training or get certificates or attend conferences and so on to try to stay on top of their own skills and to help the school district out. So if you look through this list, you'll notice some things that are new, like Seesaw or Clever, Jamf. These things are relatively new to our district, but we're, of course, jumping on those and training ourselves and sharpening our skills all the time. Some of the things that the department has been involved with this year, and this is by no means a comprehensive list, it's just some samples. One of the items, and these are things that improve either student or teacher experiences or just the business operations of the district. But the first two bullets there, the Clever for automatic data transfers and also single sign-on for accounts was started this summer. And I'm going to give a shout out to Dave Beatty for working with the Power School team to get the Clever data sync working well. And also Dave Beatty got the first couple of applications running within Clever. So what that does is it allows students to access a portal and just click through to different kinds of applications, such as Zern or Seesaw or Brain Pop and things like that. So they have one place to go, and then from there they can get to multiple different applications. And that really makes things quicker and easier for teachers and students, as well as, honestly, the technology department for setting up new applications, because it's a much quicker process. And then other things that you probably are aware of in many cases are the all-day kindergarten and dual language lottery system was put together pretty quickly in the late summer, early fall. That a lot of work was done by some tech department members to kind of do the system part of it. And Ellen Walsh obviously was key to actually making that all work. But the system aspect and the data and all the fields and the forms and things was all built by the tech team. And then Power School, there's been quite a bit of work involved with trying to make customizations throughout the year to support teachers. Certainly standards-based grading and reporting has been a struggle in some areas, and we are doing what we can to try to help make the environment, the environment for teachers with, with managing the standards-based grades and also, visualizing them within Power School and having the reporting work well. That the tools that come off the shelf aren't exactly to the level that anybody really would like, and that's pretty common. I would say that's an agreement across multiple school districts that use Power School, and our team has made some changes to try to make folks' lives better in that sense. E-learning attendance we put together pretty quick to support e-learning initiative on a very short notice, but that seems to be working pretty well in terms of just the actual infrastructure behind it to make that work. And then we've had some fits and starts with middle school acceleration scheduling. We're on our, I hope, last iteration of tool development that would make that work much more smoothly for the students and the staff involved. So those are some of the projects that we've worked on this year. And then, of course, the annual technology survey provides us feedback that we look at and we make adjustments to our own practice as a department to support the district. Just to give you an idea of, again, I try to show graphs like this every year to kind of give you trends. On the upper left, the Chromebook and iPad and computer counts, of course, are increasing, but the rate of change is leveling off as you would expect. At some point in time, you sort of hit a natural limit. But we're always adding new devices. We're adding AR, VR devices. The new displays that we're about to put out there are also network devices. There's a lot of new technology that's out there that's not necessarily an end user computer. Looking at the middle right, the technology department staffing levels, the red bar, or the red line, shows basically a flat staffing level from the beginning. We did have a dip for a few years right around the EPERT timeframe when there was some budget cuts. And then in fiscal year 15, we added that FTE back in again. And we've held our ground in terms of supporting the district with the same number of headcount all these years, which I'm proud of being able to help in that way by allowing the resources, the staff resources to really be in the classroom if possible. The turnover rate in the department has ticked up a little bit. We've had actually 7 staff members leave within 20 months. So even though the green circled area shows like 3 fiscal years, all of those were basically from July of 2019 till now. We've had to hire 7 new people to replace some folks that have left. So there's been quite a bit of turnover. I think we're managing pretty well. We've got some some great superstars that have joined, so we haven't missed too many things. But I always am concerned with turnover. As you know, there's a little bit of loss in terms of knowledge and some momentum, I think, when you lose new staff or you lose staff. But I think we've done pretty well to keep up with things. Looking at the lower left, the tickets, the blue graph shows the number of tickets per year. We're bouncing around between 4,000 and 5,000 generally per year. And we've done a great job on the red graph of bringing the turnaround times down. I'm still at a bit of a loss as to what was causing us to take so long to get back to some of the tickets back many years ago. But we doubled down on our focus, and we made sure that we were focusing in on tickets and getting back to people in a timely manner. And so you can see the results of that effort. So I'm pretty happy with that. Another high level indicator of the overall satisfaction rating it's hovering around 4.4, a little over 4.4 the last few years. The 4.43 is this year's rating. So while we have been able to crawl back up again to above 4, close to 4.5, as you can see, we've leveled off. And I believe, we need to, again, focus in on some of the feedback and figure out how we can continue to improve. There's definitely room for improvement. The lower graph shows these are basically an analysis of the comments that we get back, and the overall comments are in blue. So what the overall means includes not just our service, but things like how is the network performing and how is Power School working for you, and so it involves some of the systems and things and the environment in addition to our actual customer service. So the red bar indicates the customer service levels, and you can see that we've made some great ground over the last few years, but it looks like we've leveled off. And certainly I have some information to share with RJ, that we have our survey results back. And of course, we've been a bit distracted for the last month on some other things, but I'm looking forward to sitting down with RJ and the team and going over some of those results and helping them figure out some ideas to take with them going forward. So switching gears into the infrastructure work, the top half of this picture shows an illustration of some of the key interfaces and key components in the network. I'm not going to really go into it, but I wanted to highlight on the lower half what we're planning on improving. And the red stars are sort of pinpointing where the work is going to be done. The internet link at York High School will be increased from 2 gigabits to 10 gigabits. So that's a 5-fold increase. And that's going to really help us. And that's also a 5-year term, and it's with the Illinois Department of Innovation and Technology. I believe I brought that to the board earlier, where or is that coming up? I can't remember honestly, but it's free to the district essentially. So the state, between the E-rate reimbursement and some state funding, that service will actually be free to the district for 5 years. So that's an amazing. It's hard to believe, but it is true. I've dug into it, and it's the state of Illinois backing this up. Let's take that for what it's worth, I suppose sometimes. But 10 gigabits for free for 5 years. So that's one move we're making this summer. And then the other piece on the other side, on the right, lower right with the star, the 10 gigabit wide area network between all the schools. So right now we have a 1 gigabit network. We're going to bump that up to 10. that's going to be able to support everything we do, plus additional traffic that we're expecting, such as the video surveillance cameras that we're going to be adding through the facility work. Also, just increased traffic with higher speed Wi-Fi access points in all the schools, which is the other star. We're going to be upgrading the Wi-Fi in the EC8 schools, and that's going to be able to carry more traffic. So we're basically expecting more bits to be flying around the network, and we're going to have larger pipes to carry those around. And then with the larger internet connection, that will support all that traffic. So those are upgrades that are actually going to be planned. If they're not finished in the summer, they certainly will be finished throughout the school year. So those will be possibly work in progress during the school year. A quick look at just the roadmap. So the gray on the left is what we worked on this year. This coming year, the next one over to the right in 2021, we've got some server upgrades we're going to be making this summer with PowerSchool and also the video surveillance servers to expand those to be able to take on more cameras. But also it's just time to upgrade those anyhow. But we're gonna spec them to take on a lot more surveillance cameras. Again, the EC8 Wi-Fi access points will be upgraded with the latest technology. I think it's, I forget how many, I'm going to go back one slide. It's 15 times increase of the bandwidth that they have today in the schools. Again, internet upgrade, the WAN upgrade that I mentioned, and then there will be some printers and copiers that will be upgraded just through an annual, not an annual, excuse me, but a multi-year refresh phase cycle where these are 4 or 5 year old machines that are being replaced this summer. And then just looking out, again, more storage and server upgrades. What York's turn for the Wi-Fi will be coming in a future phase. The printer copier refresh continues. And then we've got the internet at the district office eventually will be upgraded as well to 10 gigabits. And we have some other sort of networking equipment things down the road a little bit. So that gives you an idea, at least a high level view of some of the projects coming up for the infrastructure. And looking at the actual instructional technology, these are things that tend to affect the classrooms directly. So the 2021 school year, all of the, actually I should say EC5 teacher laptops will be replaced with the new Windows 10 touchscreen laptops that all of the teachers from grades 6 through 12 have today. And then we'll talk about the K-5 classroom display upgrade in depth here shortly with RJ and Scott. And then we'll be piloting some displays in grades 6 through 12 to get some feedback from those levels as to what would make most sense for display technology going forward to replace the old projectors. And down the line, you've got your basically your grade level device refreshes based on cycles. So the following year, grades 3 through 5 would have 4-year-old devices, and they would be up for a refresh. So we sort of cycle through those just in chunks based on the age of the device. We'll continue the classroom display upgrades, and let's see, and kind of working through that in phases and cycle back through the York teacher laptops and so on. So really, it's cyclical. Just trying to keep all the technology up to date, replacing things in a 4 or 5 year cycle. Not so much the displays; those were probably more like hopefully up to 10 years. But in terms of computers and your other sort of technology like that, it's basically a 4 or 5 year cycle. Looking at the budget, getting into the numbers a little bit. I won't go through all these numbers, but if you look at the gray column, that's the preliminary estimate for next year. It breaks it down by categories. So there's, lease payments will be hovering around the $1.3 million level. One lease payment cycles out, a new one cycles in, so it holds around the same level. And then you can go down, various categories of expenditures. But the subtotal, about 2/3 of the way down, is almost 3.15 million, which is a little less than we had in fiscal 20. And let me think about this for a second. Yeah, that's anticipated expenditures, and then the revenues are a little lower this year. The tech fee, part of that honestly is because the tech fee waiver percentage has increased from past years, and so we're recovering fewer of the fees revenues than we would normally do. So that goes with the technology fee and the York Chromebook sales. Those are going to be lower, mostly due to the fee waiver percentage. And then the E-rate reimbursements are also lower, and that's mostly due to the free WAN and internet service that I described earlier. Because we're not paying for those, we're also not capturing E-rate revenues back for those. So basically the bottom line, we need to look at the net expense, taking the expenditures and netting out the revenues. We're fairly close to where we were last year, 2.44 million instead of 2.4 million. And then looking forward to, I don't know if somebody, looking forward to the following year, I won't go, that looks pretty flat to me in terms of expenses into 22, fiscal 22, and the revenues will drop even further again on the E-rate side, mainly because of fewer services that we're going to be ordering that have E-rate reimbursement, that are qualified for E-rate reimbursement. Looking at it in a graphical form, you can see that the red line represents a $3.1 million kind of run rate or average over the last 5 years or so. And last year we were just slightly above that. This year we're going to be at about 3.15. So, and actually the following year, as I said in the previous graph, is also about 3.15. So I think we'll be pretty close to that average going forward for the next couple of years in terms of expenditures. The blue, red, and green represent graphically represent how much money of that total expense, how much of that is spent on maintaining, which is basically warranties and maintenance and so on. Enhancing and upgrade means you're replacing or just upgrading, say, something that exists already, like a new server, new computers. And then the green is really transformational technology that didn't exist before. So that would represent the new classroom displays and other technology that's really kind of moving the district forward in a new way. And that's about 15%. That green for 2021 represents about 15% of the budget. So that's it on kind of the nuts and bolts in the budget. I don't know if, I guess we can keep moving unless somebody wants to ask questions now. We'll just keep moving and then you can wrap it up. But we're going to shift gears and turn this over to RJ and Scott at this point.
RJ, I can jump in here, and we'll kind of toggle back and forth. So
Okay.
Dave has been a really great champion of making sure that we get more eyes on the display pilot rollout, and I'm really glad that he has. We've set up a weekly opportunity for he and I to sync up more, and we'll do the same thing with RJ as well. And RJ's been great, jumping in as much as he can. In a really great way, while still being, on board elsewhere. So good teamwork here, and hopefully you're feeling that as you see the presentation. But one of the really exciting things here is the display upgrade. And we had a series of piloters this year who really just stepped up to take on a really new challenge. And you're going to see in a minute how big of a deal this is. To just have a piece of technology as impressive as these, we're calling them interactive flat panels, IFPs, in your classroom. And it really is revolutionary. And hopefully you'll see that, if the video works and everything related to that. So in a nutshell, basically we had a series of piloters who tested out different devices. And they reconvened and had some, training along the way on the devices. And then Dave orchestrated some opportunities for the teachers to just come together and sort of compare and demonstrate for one another what the devices did. I was able to go to one of those, and it was really neat to see how I could be using a different device than one of my colleagues, and may even lack the confidence with the one that I'm still learning on. But then they would get up and they would be able to immediately interact with a different device just by having some of those transferable skills that they picked up along the way in their own learning, as well as in the training that they received. I was completely blown away by the displays and seeing what they were doing. Just having my own son, and not having one in his class, I just was really kind of interest in the direction it's going, and really think it's a really, really amazing product. So you'll see some survey results there. But in a nutshell, basically the two highlights I want to give to you is that the teacher training was really emphasized as something that was needed, specifically before the school year started. We've heard that time and time again, and that's the hopeful direction to take. Obviously we have some other variables in play right now. But what they arrived at was this device called the Clever Touch. And we had an organization that does a series of different vendor providings. So they do things like tech support, they do PD, and that organization's name is called Tyranny. And they were highlighted as well by the teachers involved in our pilot as being a really strong support, both technically and then also on the customer service side. There were comments made along the way of things like, Tyranny immediately responded to questions that were made. They were completely accessible. They had, great personable skills. They didn't, speak down to me, things like that. The bar chart there shows just the degree to which, the piloters felt that, if the district was to spend additional funds on this, what would it do? And you see like enabling students to engage in their learning along the way, things that would be, inconceivable without the interactive pilot. It's an interactive panel itself, higher order thinking skills. And you're going to hopefully see, why is that the case with the flat panel? Why can't that be done elsewhere? Also just the ability for students to demonstrate and show and model their learning. This is really going to shift the classroom from being a sit in rows sort of structure to a more interactive, pun intended, place in which students are up and about and showing their classmates on the board what it is that they're learning on too. So I just want to kind of frame what the pilot was. I didn't do any justice to the details of the pilot, and we can, talk more about that along the way. But I wanted to give at least a little bit of a framework for the device itself and sort of how it was decided that Clever Touch was the direction to take. Want to try the video? What do you think? Think it'll work?
We'll give it a shot. I will try to fire this up.
Joliet Public Schools District 86 believes that technology integrated appropriately into the classroom will enhance teaching and learning. We have 21 schools, we have 23 facilities we support with technology, quite a range of diversity throughout the city. We have approximately 12,000 students. We support about 600 classrooms.
For the past 10 years or more, they have all had interactive whiteboards with projectors and document cameras. So the shift over to the Clever Touch interactive flat panel was rather very nice upgrade for them.
We spent a long time looking at products, narrowing down our list. We came up with 2 contenders to choose from. We put the Clever Touch side by side with the other competitor. We came up with a list of tasks that could be accomplished on both panels, and we invited teachers from all of our schools to come in and run through that process side by side, one panel, then the other, and hands down by far, everybody selected the Clever Touch as the device.
The teachers now have laptops that are able to wirelessly project, which has been kind of a game changer for the classroom. They're not tethered to the corner of the room anymore. They're able to be mobile.
The kids have definitely benefited because they are able to share their work in a way that they haven't been able to share it before. They can seamlessly share their work from their Chromebook to the Clever Touch board. We can have several students sharing at one time. So it's definitely been a benefit for them as far as being able to collaborate and share work with each other.
Now we're able to see each other's point of views on the Clever Touch board.
Clever Touch and Tyranny had representatives come out and train us so that we can adapt that training for our teachers based on their needs.
You didn't have to redo anything that I did before. If you already had lessons or software created, things like Smart Notebook, they work right along with the Clever Touch panel.
There are only 4 companies in the world that develop software. We're one of them. And that allows us to react really quickly to changes in the classroom and changing needs for students. Our development team includes not only software engineers, but former educators. So we're able to bring in a product that we know is going to work really well in a school, and then partner with someone that really understands the specific needs of that district.
The reason why the Clever Touch Plus series is so popular with schools in the US is because it's a product that schools are looking for. The Clever Touch is very intuitive, it's very easy to use, plus it comes with some functionality that's needed. For example, the App Store is a big hit. The Clever Share, to be able to wirelessly share content, but also have touch control at the panel. The fact that it has a built-in management system so the administrator can, at his office, control all the Clever Touches across the school district is definitely key.
I think overall, it has just been a really great shift to meet the needs that we have now with 21st century learners. They don't just sit and get information from teachers anymore. They're about the room, and with being able to do those things wirelessly, it has really met us where we are in education.
All right, great news. Looked like that played okay. Did everybody have a chance to hopefully see that come across okay on your side of things? If not, if for any reason you want to go back and take a look at that video, we also added another video there that just kind of outlined and explained kind of a more step-by-step tutorial, the Impact Plus overview on what the board can do, some of the features that it offers, and just its usability and user friendliness when interacting with it. So encourage you to definitely take a look at that if you have a moment. But we just wanted to give you a little bit of an overview about what the Clever Touch panel, number one, looks like, what it does, generally speaking, but also to kind of show you the shift in where our classrooms are going from where we currently are with our projectors and the interactive boards that are on the walls. This is a whole new experience for our classrooms, for our teachers, and especially for our students. The changing needs of our future-ready classrooms create both challenges and opportunities. Teaching is dynamic, and our classroom technology must be flexible to support multiple teaching and learning styles. This Clever Touch Impact Plus IFP provides a platform to support the learning needs of our students and teachers now, but also looking ahead and moving forward. It supports rich multimedia activities from cameras included, microphones that are on the board, to the App Store, to just dual screen, quad screen. If I'm not mistaken, you can have up to 50 connections on a board at a single time. There's hundreds of free teaching apps, and as the video just explained, Clever Touch is a company that develops apps themselves. So as the market changes and as the needs of the classrooms change, they have been quick to accommodate and support that. A visually enhanced learning experience, and like I said, multiple ways for students and teachers to interact with the device. Just some real quick features, some highlights of 4K resolution, security features to support multiple users and fleet management. So as we're talking about rolling this out across the district over multiple years, kind of staged, what does that look like for teachers interacting with it and students interacting with it? Multiple interactive whiteboard options. So although it is going to be, kind of walled into an 86-inch display, the board itself kind of acts as a central point for the classroom. And when we talk about interactive whiteboard options, even though it is just, I'm not gonna say just as a big 86-inch display, the whiteboard features are infinite behind it. So you can slide the board left, right, just constantly add content. Teachers can prepare for the day or for the week ahead and just kind of have everything saved. So a lot of different ways to interact with the whiteboard. Enhanced sound, as I mentioned, can connect up to 50 devices easily to share images, video, and audio at a drop of a hat without having to leave your seat or walk up and plug in. For a teacher perspective, it's easy to access their G Suite interface. Significantly more interactive than the traditional flat screen or from the TV that you have in your house. And then when mounted on a mobile cart, also provides additional flexible learning opportunities for the learning spaces that it's in. So we're talking about, and we'll get to this in another slide, but we're talking about how we're going to roll in and stage this this new technology into the classrooms, and we're looking at, especially starting off, having one of these in the learning media centers. I don't know if I'm saying that exactly the right way, but our common areas where each one of our schools has, where they go into the library or media center kind of an environment, having one there as well so that it can be shared and experienced throughout the school. So looking at the phased in deployment, we did have a pilot this last year for 4 of our schools: Emerson, Hawthorne, Jackson, and Jefferson. Of those pilot teachers, and Dave and Scott can speak a little bit more to the specifics of this, but we had them evaluate different models of interactive flat panels, and unanimously the teachers responded that they really appreciated and liked the Clever Touch and the impact that it had. So we're looking at expanding that pilot next year for those 4 schools, and then introducing devices to an additional 4 schools. So next year, we're really looking at 8 total schools, and then kind of slowly phasing it in for the remainder of the district, remainder of the district from there. We're looking at, and this is where I might need a little bit of help, but looking at.
I can speak to this if you like, RJ, real quick. Yeah, so this represents in the left column the pilot IFPs that were already in place in those schools. Those 12 classrooms have interactive flat panels, so we're basically going to just continue to have those in those rooms, and then the new interactive flat panels will be introduced, 1 per media center. So that's 8 more that will be introduced into those schools, and then across the schools we will distribute IFPs proportional to the number of classrooms in the school. So it's not an even number or it's not an equal number of displays per school, but proportional to the size of the school, which is measured by number of classrooms. And then when you look at I guess it's the second column from the right, the total number of IFPs that would be in instructional spaces next year with this plan would be 73 that would be distributed as you see on the screen. And the student to display ratio would be what you see there, where again, not even across all schools, but the pilot schools have a slight advantage in that they have the pilot classrooms with those in them. But next year is one step forward, and then the following year, as you saw in the previous graph, would be where I think everything would even out as much as possible. So I don't know if Scott or RJ, if you have any other comments on that, but that's the thought process behind the numbers.
No, I think I just would add that, we brought this to the tech committee, and, initially we're approaching this with, what I would classify as a pretty rigid, organized approach, and the tech committee helped us think a little bit more creatively and out of the box, and really get to a point in which we're starting to talk about, the different learning styles and different confidence levels that different staff members are going to have with a device such as this, and how, there is a wildfire effect that can take place when you have a device like this across the hall and you see the students engaged in it in a certain way, and that then becomes more and more enticing. So with that column in which it says, new IFPs distributed in proportion to rooms, we're really trying to engage the principals to make sure that this is strategically rolled out, so that we have, leaders that are taking these devices and utilizing them. And also we'll talk more in a minute about the professional learning to make sure that these don't sit idle. This is too big of an investment, and it's too awesome of a product to not have it completely, energizing the classroom. So just wanted to sort of add that in, that we are trying to be really creative and strategic in who has devices and supporting them along the way, so that it does take flight with real success. So the professional learning side of this, we are looking at actual on-site professional development to the staff that would be involved in a device in their classroom. So this means actual funding in the learning and teaching budget that would go directly to professional development for the Clever Touch device. The neat thing about the vendor that we've alluded to several times now, Tyranny, is that they are, for the most part, prior educators, some current. So they really do speak a lot of the same language. So, for example, when we last met with them about a week or two before the school closures of March 13th, we had a great conversation, and they organically just brought up the concept of, PLCs and how, can this be something that, plays into that? Or is there a certain grade level approach we want to say? So it's not that you're speaking to someone that's from, a different, a different sector or anything of that nature, but they do have a really great blend of experiences. So that's something we're excited about, whether or not they are the selected person for that work. But that type of training is and that's what we refer to when we say the service provider. The one approach that most have taken, and we've looked into several and we're still looking into several, is sort of like a pathways approach. So this wouldn't be something that happens, before school, and then the teachers are just sort of let go, and they are, sort of free to figure it out on their own and struggle, and then eventually, shut down. One of the things that the provider, Tierney, an example, mentioned is they've had experiences in the past where they've returned in a professional development setting, and teachers have said things like, "Oh, I'm so glad you're here. I've been waiting weeks to ask you about the such and such application." And they don't want that to happen. So they've developed feedback opportunities and loops so that teachers can get immediate access to them. So they don't have to wait 2 weeks to get their answer, but they can have, like we said, some sort of beginning, middle, and end to their learning to help make sure that they grow. The other idea we're talking about and engaging the tech committee on is just additional opportunities across teams. So trying to figure out ways for these devices to be put into teams so that they can, spread throughout the team, or the team members can show additional team members how to use it. And that leads me to the local leaders identified for expertise and training. So having one in each media center, we think is going to really fulfill a lot of the work that was talked about before, with capital improvements and making sure that the media centers are the hub of the technology and the learning and the innovation in the buildings. And I'm not just, synonymously using those two in the same word, but we think that the media center can create space for the Clever Touch to really shine as well. So we want to make sure that each one of those has one, and that those media specialists are also involved in any training. And then instructional coaches at each school. We've seen the wealth of input they can have, especially with the recent e-learning process and planning that out in a real quick pace. So we're looking at engaging those members at each school to help at least with the initial rollout of this. Another thing that was presented to us as an idea was the idea of having 2 or maybe more teachers per building that sort of become trained experts as well, so that as the rollout takes place, there's quicker access to the knowledge and to the questions that people may have. The idea being that once we have sort of this local cadre of folks that are really, really good with the Clever Touch, and they feel confident and they've got it down pat, they can start to then scale that and identify additional training opportunities on a more local base. So that might even be, including the 612 rollout, but it definitely would include, the year 3 that you saw on that yellow graphic of rolling this out K5, to make sure that we get local people trained and that we can spread that to make sure the devices are fully utilized and supported. Dave mentioned earlier the possibility for us to just kind of use this opportunity to just touch back on some of the work from the tech committee. We shared in January some of the focus areas in the left column there that we were trying to work on, and we thought it would be due diligence for us to at least update you on where we're at with several of these. So we had the D205U course, Build Your EdTech Foundation. That was completed. In fact, we're going to try to use the website that some of the facilitators built for that course, and we're going to try to attach that to a Google site that the Learning and Teaching Department is building out to support teachers with remote learning resources. So that was kind of a cool byproduct of that we didn't see coming, that hopefully we can, continue to improve and make even more user-friendly. The long-term tech learning plan, I think we still need to really focus on this and make sure that we're growing this along the way. But for now, we have, as we mentioned, some of the teachers identified as an opportunity to help with the display rollout, as well as some of the instructional coaches And I think that will be a real success. That's not something that we've done in the past. It's something that the piloters have expressed as a real good opportunity. The third item there amongst the people group was the opportunity to embed some of the digital and tech learning. So we're talking about, really trying to utilize this unfortunate and terrible situation to kind of spread some of the learnings that people are having. So Dr. Moyer has pitched out a really good idea about, like a tech tip of the week. And we're trying to make sure that some of the things that are already going on can be capitalized and built into the fall or winter and spring of next year, so that this learning that the staff is doing right now, which is similar to those piloters, continues on into the school year. The process group, we talked about digital citizenship curriculum early on. The media specialists have been identified as a likely place for that work to take place. And there's some really good free curriculum that's strong and solid. And I know sometimes that isn't often associated with the word free, but there is really good digital citizenship curriculum that we're hoping to integrate in a more organized fashion across the district, and planning that out next year with the media specialists leading the way. We also are looking at a potential public website. There is SOPA, which is going to be a law that'll be already in play, but it'll be put into action, and we'll need to meet the needs of it, which will involve a little bit more public transparency with some of our access points and the information that we're using for our students. So we're trying to really model our public website and using that as a sort of push for us to improve the process, so that our public website becomes the place for us to show some of the work that we have that students can utilize digitally, as well as staff, and particularly staff as well with that. We saw a couple really good models. Dave and I have already reached out to one district in Colorado that we thought had a really good example, and we're going to try to kind of learn from them and hopefully give them some input as well. The K-5 display pilot, we talked about that. The 612 display needs assessment, we talked about that. Dave kind of highlighted that a little bit there, and the planning is in process there. And then the last item on there was something that came up as an idea of sort of like a directory, or more of like a chat forum for the staff to go to kind of organically help spread some of the skills that are already in play across the district. And that's in progress as well. That's been sort of referred to as an oasis of tech information. So if you imagine sort of like a chat forum where teachers could go and say, I'm interested in, finding a way to do X, Y, and Z with technology, they would hopefully be able to find that locally and then contact that person and learn from them as well.
Kara, if I may just make a comment, it's Nikki Tamaru.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that for the people up at the top, when Scott Scott spoke to, we've really never done this before in regards to the instructional coaches and teachers coming together. 5 years ago, we had some instructional coaches in the district, and then we moved to like tech coaches, and then we moved to instructional coaches, and really there was almost like a preservation of they're coaches for teachers and students and not to be tech coaches. And so this year we've really been trying to find ways to build that bridge between instruction and technology, and really build the capacity of our coaches to be instructional coaches and tech coaches. And so I'm excited about this project because, there were a lot of different models that we could have adopted or proposed to the board regarding the display technology. And it could have been, these 4 elementary buildings, but Scott and Dave did a really nice job of vetting the principals and talking to the principals. And because we're going to be, piloting in some buildings and fully implementing in others, that means all of our instructional coaches across all of the elementary buildings will be implementing in some way. They're all going to be learners and providing technology support to our teachers and to our buildings. And I think it's going to be a really great partnership between the technology department, and the instructional coaching that I lead. And so I think I'm excited about it, and I think it's a great next step for our district. Thank you.
Are you guys done with the presentation?
Yes, thank
Leave
you.
at the end, yes.
Okay. All right. So thank you for all the information. And Karen, or just FYI, Chris Kaczynski is off he had to leave. So Karen, do you have anything?
I do. Several things. One, hats off to, I'm going to say, the whole technology staff for the work that they've done. We've doubled the number of devices since 2015, and Dave has not increased his staff, and there's been turnover. And what we've been able to accomplish is hats off to the technology team. I know that you're behind the scenes, you never look for any accolades, but I think it's important. I mean, the presentation highlights it. And then as Nikki, her comments, so true. This is really the next step, and really integrating technology into what we do, which is learning and teaching. And so great comments, Nikki, and thanks to the tech staff for getting us here. I know Dave Smith, you have worked with both Mark Cohen and a great team there. And then there wasn't a beat missed working with Scott. And Scott, you've really kind of taken the lead, and now everybody's brought RJ in, and I just want to say tremendous progress and great transition to the next step. So with that, I have a couple questions. One is, can you just highlight for the board, because it's a big investment, what's the lifespan of the IFPs?
I can confirm that, but if I'm not mistaken, it was 50,000 hours, which, if I'm not mistaken, works out to like 12 to 15 years. If you do like a 5-hour per day for a certain amount of school days. Let me confirm on that. I've had that question before. So it's a significant amount of time in terms of long-term planning. We're thinking at least a minimum of 10 years, at least in my experience.
Okay. And then with that, I really wanted to highlight the development, the professional development piece of it. And if we didn't notice, what Scott was highlighting is it's just not kind of like being in a classroom learning something and then coming out, but really looking at, can we train the trainer concept throughout the whole organization? So it's something that's new that came out of the pilots and the tech committee and people's input about, we've got expertise. Let's develop the peer expertise at the building, at the grade level teams, et cetera, which I think is a fabulous idea. And I'm glad that our people wanted to do that, because organically grown new ideas, especially it's all about professional development on the job, if you will. So I wanted to highlight that. Second, let's see. So the last piece on that would be, if you look at slide 14, you're talking about feedback, right? And I think that was fabulous, right? However, what I'd like us to get to a point of is, can we get some qualitative data on the impact of this technology and technology integration into the classroom, where we can begin to look at or share what is the student learning increased results. And I know that we're not there. I know that Marianne Lemke's doing a great job with us too. And so I just want to kind of lead that off. When we're talking about these sort of investments, it's huge because it's not only the technology, but it's also our people. And so at some point, and even in the beginning, I'd like us to have that in front, top of mind, so we can get there. And then lastly, Kara, I've got Dave Smith. It's probably more for you. When you look at slide 9 and you're talking about the upgrades to the network, I just want to make sure that we are clear, and it's just a pictorial, but as we are adding the increased pipes to provide additional service capabilities for our EC through 8 schools, it will also have that next gen firewall, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Those firewalls were installed actually within the last year. They were purchased and installed over the last 12 months. So yes, they're going to be around for quite a number of years, and they have ample capacity for the bandwidth that we're adding.
And I guess just really what I want to make sure that everyone knows is that our entire network is between us and the outside world is with those firewalls.
Yes, exactly. So these are, as you know, the term next gen means they have multiple functions. They can do quite a bit more than the old sort of like IP and port based protections. There's all kinds of intelligence built into them. So these are pretty rock solid industrial strength firewalls, and we have some other security pieces that I won't really go into right now. But we've invested in some technologies to help protect our network, and knock on wood, we've done. I shouldn't say this really, but we've done pretty well so far, and we have some other plans in place that are going to strengthen our network even more. So I think these firewalls and other things are what's actually keeping us out of trouble in a lot of cases here.
Correct. So as you know, if the public looks at the presentation, they should see a next gen firewall in that box with the EC8 schools as well. Just wanted to make sure that everyone knows. And with that, Kara, I'm done.
Okay, thanks, Karen. Margaret?
Okay, yes. First, I want to say kudos to the entire tech team. Of what has been accomplished is just outstanding. A couple of points I want to make about the first part of the presentation. I like the way you had it broken out, Dave, in people, process, product, and price. I want to talk about that first P as in people. I noted that there were a constant 14 people, 14 staff on the team since 2009. I think we're really pushing our luck. I think that almost half, 50% turnover rate is suggesting that. I think as a district, we need to strongly consider expanding our tech team. I appreciate the comments that you made, Dave, about making sure we had the majority of our staff in the classroom. And I also think we need to make sure that our technology team is sufficient as we continue to expand it. The second point that I want to make is there's a slide that you brought up that I really liked, and I wanted to highlight. It talked about the maintenance, enhance, and transformation pieces of the yes, this one, the technology budget analysis. I think this is really important. I don't know what the right percentage is for transformation, but I think we have to keep that on our radar to make sure that those buckets, there's always something in one of those buckets, and kind of monitor that as a trend. So thank you very much for that slide.
You're welcome. I will say many years ago, we set I would say maybe arbitrary, but we did set a mark of about 15% of the tech budget should be to help transform through technology. And we've gone up and down, as you can see in the green, but this coming year, it is about right on exactly 15%. Not that, I mean, we can make it whatever number we like, but that's a target that we had set for ourselves many years ago.
Okay, well, thanks. Yeah, so that's good to know that there's a target, and we're hitting it. Again, I don't know what the right number is. I'm sure the tech team does, and maybe that number changes over time, but I think that's something that we have to keep in our in view. The last question, and this is more about the Clever Touch. Very interesting presentation. I will take a time to learn a little bit more about it. I know you, this is a very just logistical type question. You mentioned the replacement rate was about 12 to 15 years. I'm also wondering if there's any information on the durability. So replacement rate, I assume that's normal wear and tear, but have there been any, I mean, this is in the K through 5 environment, any consumer complaints or concerns about durability and usage?
Well, from my experience, that 10 to 15 year time frame is just more of a kind of a general life expectancy. This is a relatively newer technology. It really has only been around within the last 5 years or so. So the long term expectations are really just projections at this point. But speaking just from experience with myself, we've been in the current rollout of this, and we're in year 3 right now. And out of all 3 schools that we've been putting these in, we've had maybe 1 or 2 of them that just ended up failing. For example, the left side speakers on one of the devices stopped working. And actually, with that experience, we were actually working with Tierney Brothers, which is the vendor we were talking about this evening. And with the service, with the different manufacturer warranties, it was a simple replacement process. They sent us a new one. We sent the old one back, and it was simple. These ones that I'm referring to are on carts and mounted on walls. So they're actually mounted in a couple different ways. And even with being used every day, all day, by the teachers, from the kids walking up and touching to them, by them getting moved around from classroom to classroom, knock on wood, of course, but we have not had one of them break or, due to negligence of the user or something along those lines. Anything that we've had come up has just been a, hiccup in the manufacturing of it, and it was quickly replaced. So we've had some pretty good luck, and I've also had that same, feedback from other districts that I've talked to. So overall, they're meant to be durable. They're meant to go into the classroom spaces. They're meant to be touched by kids. So they really try to. It seems like they try to build them with that in mind.
I do believe, and I can confirm this later. I do believe they come with a 5-year warranty, which is pretty. I believe that's pretty aggressive in the industry. The other thing that when you meet with these vendors, they tend to do, Margaret, it's they want to impress you, is they actually like throw things up against the screen and they kick it and stuff like that. So they're built for they're built to be beat up. Like RJ said, it remains to be seen if they'll actually last 10 to 15 years. But I'm pretty confident that they're pretty rock solid. And with the 5-year warranty, I think we're going to get well into this without any real issues.
Okay, great. Thank you. No more questions. Great job again for all involved. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Margaret. Courtney?
Hi there. I want to, first of all, say thank you very much, not just for this presentation, but Dave and your entire team, how hard I know you guys are working these days. And I hear nothing but positive feedback from the community about how responsive and solution-based your team has been. So I just want to really thank you for all the extra effort these days. I also want to echo Margaret's comments about how great the tech team has been and how I think it should be expanded based on this, this wave of future technology that we have. And agree with, and I cannot remember who suggested it, that there should be more than one kind of quote unquote tech person per school or per building to better be able to address the issues that pop up on a daily basis, so they're not always calling your team at the district office. If there's people in-house, I think that's a more efficient and effective way to handle the building problems. It makes sense to me. Just so with all that, just one really quick question. I noticed on the slide about the implementation and the the phased deployment. I see that there's a pilot in the 6 to 12. I think it's page 18. I see that there's a pilot for the 6 to 12 grades. What number, how many, what schools are getting them, and in what capacity? Is it just going to be in a media center, or is it going to be more in the classroom moving forward from here for that 2021 school year?
Well, those specifics actually haven't been determined. What we've done is we've gotten some feedback from teachers about what they perceive to be their needs, and to try to at least have that information available to us when we start planning. One specific thing that we intend to do this coming year with the Bryan edition that's being added to, I think, is it the 6th grade wing, I think? With the new classrooms and the spaces that are being renovated, is to put some displays, instead of putting in your standard projectors in there and those classrooms are being redone, we're going to put new technology in there, and that would be a piece of the pilot. So those would be traditional classrooms that we would put those technologies in. And then I think in other spaces, my idea would be to pick a variety of spaces, maybe, again, different types of say different what am I thinking? Just different curricular areas, different types of classroom environments, and trying to get different data points back. In terms of the number of displays, it depends a little bit on what you're piloting. If they're standard displays without touch, then they're a little bit cheaper. But if we're going to be doing some interactive flat panel piloting, which I think would make sense to at least try that and get some feedback on it, then those, of course, are a little bit more expensive. So what we have right now in the technology budget that I showed earlier was there's a certain amount of money in there right now. I think it's about $70,000, and might be a little more with some supply money to install or to roll out some devices to classrooms. So I think it's a little bit of a, what types of classrooms do we want to try them in? What types of devices do we want to experiment with? And then do the math and figure out how many classrooms we can actually pilot with. And some of that work would have been going this spring. Honestly, we've taken a little bit of a hit, and I think we need to do a little bit of virtual work. But then some of it can also be discussed over the summer and worked out. Definitely the rooms at Bryan, I think we could plan out and have those ready to go. Once those rooms are finished, those can be up and running for the start of school.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that, and I recognize we're all kind of a little behind the curve. Just want to, obviously, and I don't need to mention it because I know that's always in the back of your mind. Just equity across the board for our middle schools and the programs that are being offered the opportunity is important to all us all, and I know it's important to you as well. So.
Okay, thanks, Courtney. Jim?
Nothing except a big thank you.
All right.
No comment about my picture, Jim?
Dave, it's a classic.
All right, Beth?
Thank you. Yeah, just huge thank you for everything you guys are doing to support our families through e-learning. It's very much appreciated. And most of what I was going to say, it's already been mentioned, but I just like the different directions that you're looking at professional learning and professional development from, to have lots of different ways for teachers to get assistance when they need it, I think is fantastic. Thank you.
I just have one question, and maybe we already know this, but well, it's kind of two. What's the cost of the display? And also, is this already included in the budget, or is this an extra line item?
The cost per IFP is almost $4,000. It's like $3,700 or $3,800. And then the carts that we're looking at, there's a couple of different options that we're looking at, but what I've built into the budget that you saw this evening is the display cost plus the most expensive cart, so that we could err on the side of, I'd rather over budget and make sure we can get what we need. So the carts are a little over $1,000. So the total for a classroom is very close to $5,000.
Okay. And that is included in this budget what you shared?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I meant to say it is included in the budget that you saw tonight. So that flat $3.15 million for next year includes the 60 plus displays that we would be, and carts that we would be purchasing and installing.
Okay. And I just wanted to, I agree with Margaret, and somebody else agreed too, that, I think, technology continues to grow and become a tool that is being used more and more. And I think if we're going to add a significant piece of hardware that is going to need support and professional development, I think we should look at, if there's additional people to make sure that it works well. Otherwise, it feels like some of its impact. So That's really, I think everybody got their questions on that. So thank you guys for doing all that thorough work. And I think we're up to superintendent's communication, which is Dave. Are you still awake? We have remote learning plans. Planning days.
Hello, hello. Glad to join the fold. Be back in the game here a little bit. So in your packet, I wrote a proposal in which I am recommending that we access what the remote learning days allow without penalty, which is 5 professional learning planning days for our teachers. And the general purpose of the general time will allow them to collaborate more effectively with their grade level peers, which I think the teachers, this is coming forward from the teachers. They would like us to avail ourselves of this. We have been working to get feedback in a variety of different ways. And, you know, we hear things about the consistency of the student expectation, the variance sometimes in the extent to which some teachers are reaching out personally to kids more than others. We're trying to, you know, we really want to use this opportunity to help, and it came out in the last presentation, to help our teachers be able to strengthen, improve their ability to utilize tech so that when we go back to a regular classroom setting, we could take these learnings and transport them across the board. So the whole concept of the rigor and the personalization of learning and student engagement and all these types of things, we think that we want to capitalize on this to the greatest extent possible. But I think that, you know, I'm looking at a couple of the things that I think are important about this. And the Friday, when you take a look at the total amount of time, we're already beyond what most districts expect in terms of the amount of time our students are engaged in school activities at home. We have enrichment opportunities built into the programming for our elementary students. And when I talked with Max today, you know, teachers can plan some various different activities that involve research or writing or almost like a unit planning perspective where the students could be engaged on Fridays, even if the teachers are spending their time doing some other things to try to improve and make the learning opportunities for the students more meaningful. And I think that that's part of the key, is that we can't look at this as replicating what we're used to. We have to look at this as a completely new environment and try to function differently in it. And in order to make the learning meaningful, I think that we have to think about this as different than just what we would call quad A time fillers. And in order to do that, I think our teachers do legitimately need some more time to collaborate together. And another piece that would come out of that is it would strengthen our teachers' ability to work with the student services personnel to make sure that all students' needs are being met effectively, because that collaboration time is currently compromised. It would also give us a chance to reinforce some district messaging about assessment or about the consistency of instruction or about how we communicate with parents. Make sure that teachers are clear about priority standards. That's another conversation that came up earlier today. I think it's a mixed bag a little bit. As we've all recognized, some parents want more. Some parents are overwhelmed. But I think that we could also potentially get creative. There are other districts that are using this model and allocating their time differently on different days. And it may allow for some more in-person collaborative work with teachers or staff, or it may allow kids to plan their work differently if we schedule the work with a different kind of concept where it's not just English, math, and X amount of time for X amount of subjects every day. But to do that effectively, our teachers need some more time to learn how to navigate this new environment. And so I understand that there are going to be a variety of different opinions around this topic, but I am comfortable recommending that we avail ourselves to this opportunity. So that's kind of my summary of the memo and the rationale behind it.
Okay, thanks. I'll just, I guess, go through the roll in. Beth? Undo you're muted.
Sorry. Thanks, Kara. Thank you for that explanation of how this can help teachers and how maybe there can be some activities for students to work on those days, so that if that's something that keeps them on track or keeping busy, that they have that opportunity. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the kind of thing that we're refining as we go, and literally are listening, and we'll continue to solicit feedback and listen to the various segments of the people that, have to, well, everybody's lives has changed. There are a lot of challenges. And, one of the things that we're trying to do is get the teachers to better understand from the family's perspective what they're going through. And I think that after that first week where it was just like the canned e-learning, there was learning that went on during that week where revelations started to occur to teachers about, we can't just do this the same way we used to, and the lesson can't just be the same lesson. It can't, it's not minute for minute and all that kind of stuff. So I think teachers are processing, and I think that most of them have really committed to wanting to get better at this, but they're experiencing a lot of the same frustrations that families are, trying to figure all this stuff out and balance their own personal lives and everything else, just like our families are. So we know we're not perfect at it, but we really are working hard to try to get this as right as we can. And I do commend our teachers so far for the way we've cooperated to try to work through this.
Yes, I agree. And I think that it's important to keep in mind, as I know the teachers have been doing, that everybody's home situation is so much different. So having the flexibility that they are giving them within their day for students, or to go back and touch base with them about something later that they might have missed and things like that, has just been really appreciated by parents. So thank you.
Jim?
Yeah, I've got 3 questions. So during these days, teachers will be working separately or in groups learning from each other. You had some clarification to that?
Well, what we drafted out today, and it hasn't been, thoroughly vetted 100%, but we've been working with different groups of people to try to process what this could look like. And we're thinking that we would spend a portion of the day reinforcing some district and building things. That would maybe be about an hour's worth of the day. And then we would have about an hour and a half of teacher collaboration with their grade level teams or content area teams, or whatever, types of team structure is appropriate at the different grade levels. Then they would have some time built in as well, and that can vary a little bit depending on how we're giving the buildings some flexibility in how they schedule this, but there would be time built in there to work with student services personnel. And then Fridays are also the day that the plans go home to families. And so we would build in some individual planning time for them to maybe, so if we do some of the tech tip type thing that Scott alluded to, and if learning and teaching, or if I reinforce something from a district standpoint and so does the buildings, then that would, we're thinking that that would come at the beginning of the day, and then this other collaborative individual work would come after that so that they could take those things into account as they do their work. So we're thinking it would be a combination of a variety of different things, but there definitely would be a solid chunk of time that would be expected and required that would involve the PLC work.
Yeah,
And as I said, the structures look a little bit different at each grade level depending on the situation.
No, that's very helpful.
And if I may, Jim and Dave Moyer, this is Nikki speaking. It's not that we want to avoid teachers working independently, but what we're trying to do is to make sure that we have consistency across the district regarding the activities and level of rigor that teachers are providing to students. So it's really all very much, the idea being that it would be collaborative. Teams working together, buildings working together, principals having an opportunity to meet with their teachers to check in, get feedback from them and provide updates, and then PLCs working in collaboration in content areas 612, and then in EC5, grade level teams in buildings working together to plan for instruction so that, a teacher, a fourth grade teacher at Lincoln isn't doing one thing and another fourth grade teacher at Lincoln is doing another thing. So that really is the idea behind it.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And I would think that our teachers now more than ever need some time to spend together, learning from each other and just making sure that everybody's on the same page. Now, on those Fridays that these remote learning planning days are going on, what will students be doing?
Well, I think that the only thing that the students and the families would notice differently is that they wouldn't have that hour and a half on Fridays to where there's a designated window for the teachers to be required to be available because they would be doing other work. But they wouldn't necessarily have to sign in to for attendance, but and that would be another thing that they notice. But otherwise, they would have the autonomy and the flexibility. If there's work that they need to finish, they can do work. If there's enrichment activities that parents of younger kids want to do with their students that they didn't get to on the earlier days because they were doing some of the required work, then they could do those things. If the family needs a break, I mean, the idea is to individualize this. With tech, what you have to get people to learn is that it's ubiquitous. So everybody is so stuck in the mentality that of time and minutes and hours and every subject every day. And, this teachers can plan a unit of instruction, and over the course of the week, students and families can manage their time or their devices that they have or whatever it is in ways that are most convenient to them.
Yeah. Okay. That's very helpful. Yeah. I mean, the parents that have contacted me, it ranges from parents who want to make sure their kids are busy because the parents are trying to hang on to their full-time job working from home, to other parents who have multiple kids that they are trying to help along the way, and are frustrated just because they're overwhelmed, and are pleading for that they don't need busy work, and actually that kind of leads me into my final question. And Dave, between you and Nikki, can you detail in terms of grading significance, I've been asked several questions, and I'm not sure what the absolute correct answer is. In terms of the work that students are being asked to do, which part of that work ends up in their final grades, and what doesn't?
So that's part. So yes, I can, except that this is a public meeting, so it can't stay, strictly between you and me. But and I got a chuckle out of somebody. Good. So
Me, Nikki Tamaru. Good job.
So that is actually something that we're working on now. So I'll give you a little bit of a high level thing, and then I want to let Scott and Nikki fill in a few of the specifics, if for no other reason, to make sure that I don't screw something up. But the Friday time frame would allow teachers to clarify and get more consistency around the assessment issue. So I think that would be a benefit to everybody in the system. So that's one thought. Doesn't necessarily answer your specific question. The other is that we've recognized that we came up with some initial guidance documents, and we wanted to get the feedback process before we have actually finalized any revisions. But there does seem to be a need for a little bit more clarity on some of this. So we want to get that out very soon. And I was actually hoping before the end of the week, but I also recognize that it may be early next week, but it will be soon. And the idea is that as of March 13th, nobody's grade by law goes down. And part of that is due to the inequities of all the situations, from people's home life to their access to technology, and all of those types of things that we're all aware of. And so the state has said that this should be about continuity of education. It should be less about grades and a lot more about feedback and trying to support the learning. And so that being said, each grade level is affected differently. So we have some different provisions in there. And we do know that there are some students who will actively want to get their grade up, or are on the borderline and close to being able to get their grade up and want to do that. And so we're trying to make provisions for that. So that being said, now is the time for me to turn it over to the learning and teaching people to give you some of the specifics to the answer that you're looking for.
Sure. So, Scott, I don't want to steal your thunder, but I also know that you've had a large, heavy lift tonight. So I can speak to it, or you can. What would you like to do?
Short answer, we've got K-5. They provide one piece of evidence per week in literacy and math, per day. And the teacher decides, how they're going to grade that. And then middle school, the teachers are working as a PLC to identify what we're calling one key assignment per week for a grade on that. And then the high school is going to be various based on the different courses. So they might be submitting, one item per day at the K-5 level in literacy and math, but that item may not be graded, but ideally it is being given feedback upon in some form or another at some point in time. So I hope that's like sort of a short, clear answer, if that helps.
Sure. And then to piggyback on that, Power School looks different for all three grade levels. So for K-5, really the parents do not see any grades ongoing at all in Power School. And so what we've done is, for literacy, typically we have between 8 to 10 standards that we're reporting on each trimester, and we've narrowed that down to just a few. And so the teachers are really just focusing on those few. Same with math. And so those are the only grades, so to speak, that kids will get at the EC5 level, or at the K-5 level. And then at the 6-12 level, or specifically at the high school level, we've archived the grades starting at March 13th. And so whatever their grade, let's say it was an 85% on March 13th, anything that they do between now and at the end of the year, or now and between when we go back to school, parents may or may not see, will see the grade go up and down. But what we're going to do is we're going to take the highest of the two. So whatever they get, whatever was archived on March 13th, if that grade is higher than the grade at the end of the school year, that grade will be the one that is reported. But students have the opportunity between March 13th and the end of the year to increase their grade if, for example, my daughter at Glenbard West, didn't have the best math grade. She's had the opportunity over the last few weeks to do all of her assignments, and she's slowly seen her grade increase. So kids do have that motivation and enticement to stay engaged in their learning if they want to increase their grade during this time.
And those are the types of things that we're going to get some more specificity to help people understand better. Like when they look in Power School, what are they seeing? Those types of things. I will say that in looking at the initial feedback, which we'll share with people, but Marianne is still going through the qualitative pieces of it, so we don't have it all put together. But some of the quantitative closed-ended questions that we looked at, the rigor, the student perceptions and parent perceptions of rigor, we got higher ratings at the upper grade levels than we did at the lower grade levels. And again, this is something we can work on if people have a little bit more time, I think. But the feedback that we got, which I was really impressed with, and I want to make sure I compliment our teachers on Friday when I communicate with them again, is that they've been doing, the customers have felt that our teachers are doing a really good job with feedback so far. And we've been really, really emphasizing that. So I was just happy to see that. So I don't know, Jim, do you have follow-ups, or does that get at the heart of what you feel you wanted some clarification on?
Yeah, I think you guys did a really good job. All I can say is that, the sooner we can get that in writing out to our parents, I think that document will relieve a lot of stress among parents. I think particularly the parents I've heard from have elementary and middle school kids, and the parents are trying to prioritize their time between their full-time jobs and making sure that their kids correctly submit the assignments that are important, to their kids and to their grades, making sure that their kids, don't miss anything, and trying to sort that out between stuff that maybe takes some time but just isn't that important to submit correctly.
Yeah, I understand. I think using the technology from our communication today sounds like that's a little bit of a two-way street in terms of parents and students making sure that they understand how to use some of the technology that's being employed. And again, taking that feedback and other feedback like that into account, those are the types of things that the teachers can work on when it comes to consistency, or when it comes on, developing the communication that goes along with the student work expectations or whatever. When I think the way I look at it, and I'm going to touch on this a little bit at the end before we move on to something else, because it came up as something that people wanted me to address. But we moved from the initial e-learning, which was essentially supposed to be 5 days of emergency plans, to it traditionally would substitute for snow days or whatever, that type of a concept, to remote learning, which is an entirely different kind of thought process than, you move from sub plans to more of a distance learning type of a thing. Those are two different things right there. And then now the next phase is, you got kind of a short-term, long-term type of a thing, we have to look at start looking at some of the long-term planning things now that are on people's minds about end of year activities and things like that. So it's certainly been a process, and that's kind of where we're at, I guess, when you think about the evolution of what the last 3 to 4 weeks have been. And I will touch on a couple of those things at the end.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That's all I've got.
All right. Margaret?
Thank you. No, all my questions have been answered. Thank you.
Okay. Courtney?
Hi there. So, I guess I want to start by saying I appreciate the fact that, Dave, that you're bringing this to the board, because I do recognize that this is this is allowable by the code. But I appreciate the fact that you are acknowledging our input. So I want to thank you for that. And I also want to recognize that I understand the stresses and the balance of all of our teachers and the families, and every single scenario is different, and there is not a perfect scenario for all of us. Everybody's experiences right now are significant and very varied. There's two things I heard in you talking about this tonight that, bring me big consideration, is that I love the idea of the collaboration on between not just the grade levels, but buildings, to make sure that there is consistent learning and messaging and assessment across the grades, but just not within one building, but across all buildings. That's important to me. I am, however, concerned about losing 5 teaching days. 5 teaching days out of the 6 weeks we have left in our scheduled school year. So that's, a significant percentage of the number of days that our students should be learning. And I do like the idea of some kind of hybrid balance of the two. So not so much that I don't like the idea of kids not being accountable on a Friday. And I don't think that most families do, but I did notice that, and I am very, very appreciative of the learning my kids are getting and their experiences in these last couple of weeks. But I did notice my 5th grade daughter has been slowly working on a social studies ELA project Monday, Tuesday, and tomorrow's the next day, and then there's an assignment for Thursday, and her Friday assignment is to now put together a video presentation of a convincing argument of what she's learned for these last 4 days, and that's due on Monday. So if that's the theory, that there's some kind of, on Friday, put together everything you've learned for, the last 4 days, and be ready to turn that in on a Monday, I am more comfortable with it. But I'm just wondering, I don't know. I am torn. I am super torn about this, because I understand the strains on our teachers, and I appreciate them. But I am super worried about losing 5 structured days of learning for our kids during this kind of unprecedented time when learning is in a whole different level. So
Yeah,
that's kind of where I stand.
I don't have a good answer for you. The best I can do is this. If it's important to the board that as we conceive of this, we make the expectations clear to teachers that their plans involve a week's worth of work, and that the flexibility is built into there as to what that work looks like on Friday, for students, I mean, I think that that's something that can be overcome. If the quote unquote 4 days of really quality, or I shouldn't say really quality, but improved quality learning experiences, you know, maybe that mitigates the 1 day where it looks a little bit different, if teachers have a chance to do this better. The other thing that I've been trying to talk to people about, which is sensitive because it really is a little bit of a reality, and it's something that's really uncomfortable, I think, to admit, but we're not going to prevent with 100% effectiveness learning loss. There's going to be learning loss that we're going to be dealing with over the summer and on into next year. That's a practical reality of our situation. And what we're trying to do is mitigate it to the greatest extent possible. And we're trying to figure out how to do that. So I don't think that any of us feel that we have some type of magic pill here. And so I can't give you, I don't think I'm going to be able to come up with an answer that truly satisfies what you're wrestling with.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I think we're all kind of wrestling with the same thing. You know, like I've mentioned, I think, you know, half of our community be like, "Woohoo! I only have to teach on 4 days. I get a 3-day weekend," and the other half is like, "Wait a second, I only have to teach on 4 days. Where's the 5th day?" But I do feel like there is some solution to the rigor that we can provide our students without increasing the stress to our kids, and somehow finding some benefit, because I do believe there's time that our teachers need to collaborate and make sure they're on their same page. And I believe that strongly because I'm hearing such varied experiences that kids are having in different schools. So I am really concerned about that. So I absolutely think there needs to be some building level collaboration. But I just don't know, saying 5 full Fridays out of the next 6 that are in our school year, we're giving the kids a day off. That's where I just can't get there in my mind.
Yeah, and the fact that you bring that up, though, I think I need to reiterate in the packet that obviously the governor hasn't made any proclamation yet about what happens after April 30th. But the way I've written this is that that this would extend as long as schools are closed. So it may not go all the way into the 15th or last through the 15th of May. If we go back to school, but we're planning for all the kinds of scenarios, and we have to be prepared that of the possibility that we're not back in May. And I think that a lot of people, common sense wise, if you start reading tea leaves, probably realize that there's a strong likelihood that we're not going to be back, and we have to do our best. And we think that, this has more upside than downside. I don't know that we're saying it's perfect, but we think that it's got some pluses, and we came down on the side of thinking that we want to bring this forward.
Yeah, I can definitely see the pluses. I would feel much more comfortable if there was some kind of hybrid scenario here, where the Thursday, Friday assignments or some kind of thing that kind of ties up the week, or but I do feel like families will be aggravated about less learning in such a short window of time when the learning is so condensed right now. And I recognize that there is going to be a loss of learning, and we're going to be behind. and it doesn't matter whether we have these 5 Fridays in or not. That's not going to make or break us. So, but I feel like the more we can do to kind of sustain, it's our obligation to do that. And I know our teachers are working so ridiculously hard to do this, and I'm so proud. And I know I only have a 5th grader and an 8th grader, but I've heard from many a high schooler family, and I'm super proud of all of our teachers and the district and all the work going on. But so there's my takeaway.
Yeah. All I could tell you is that I think that that's fair for us to take into account, and I think we can structure the expectations to where the teachers will understand that. And every quality lesson has closure, and the example that you gave, that's 6 C's. That's creativity. That's forcing her to, or him. I can't remember. You said your 5th grader, or whatever.
Yeah.
But
Yep. Exactly.
but the idea is they're creating and they're demonstrating, they're learning, and they're doing. It goes back to a statement I made before. They're doing a lot of the different types of things that we really want to see kids be doing all the time. And if we can structure those types of activities, I think that. And if we can plan them thoroughly to make sure they're meaningful, then I think we can meet some of the concerns that you're bringing out.
Yeah, I think that would be a very fair balance to meet the needs of the teachers and the students and families.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Courtney. All right, Karen.
I think you all are doing a yeoman's effort in unprecedented times. And so I thank you for the document that you provided, and definitely this conversation, which enriched it and gave me a better sense of what's going on. I think that it's important to be connected for us as a unit district. That's been our theme for as long as I've been on the board, is that, continuity of education, consistency across the district. And so because of us not being able to communicate as easily, as readily, I know teachers who are contacting each other, but I think that it's important for us, as you, Dave, have outlined, Nikki has highlighted, Scott has provided information, that what we're looking at is what is the entire district doing, and making sure that we're connected and that we're providing great education in this. You all have done this, at the last minute, right? And done a great job. I mean, I've heard teachers, really say, I don't know, but guess what? I'm okay. I will know, instead of, being negative about it. So they're being positive about it, and they're really taking one step at a time. And they had, from what I had heard from different groups, is that getting them together is a really good thing. It'll go a long way for their morale, but also for their confidence that that they're connected still, because that seems to be what we have been ingraining in them, right? So in the whole scheme of things, the things that I'm hearing actually are supporting the direction that we were taking about making us a unit district and working together, which, if there's a diamond in the rough, I wanted to make sure that you all knew that. So thanks for the additional conversations and the details around what those days look like, why you're doing them, what the real intent is.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, and we do have a lot of people working really hard. And, when we were putting this board packet together on Thursday, I mean, things are just happening so fast that, we just kind of came around the topic of how we think we want to advocate for how that time is being used this morning at cabinet. I mean, that's, we just have things that are happening so quickly, and everybody is deeply immersed in trying to make this work. And that's just the world we're living in right now is, I'd have provided more details for you in the packet on Thursday if I had them. So
no, that's fine. I think that it was beneficial to get more of exactly what it looks like, right? Because everyone needs structure, and yet we need flexibility. But it's easier to be flexible when you've got a core structure, and that's what you're putting in place. And I think that that's good.
Karen, I just want to say thank you for that. I really appreciate that comment. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I think everybody's spoken. So I just want to say that I think, we've talked about all year the importance of PLCs and how, we really wanted that to become such an important part of the district work. So I feel like these 5 days could maybe help that. And, not that this is how we chose to do that. And I do understand, to Courtney's comments, this is a hard balance because everybody has a different situation. So I feel like that Friday, maybe people can have some flexibility, and those people that want to keep the routine and do learning on Friday can, but I do think our teachers, I think our kids benefit when our teachers work together, and I would love to give them that opportunity. So that's my take. Thanks for asking our opinion, even though you didn't have to.
Well, I mean, none of us would have ever tried to do something of this magnitude without making sure that we knew where the board was at. But, the idea of having to put it on an agenda and have it formally approved by you is kind of the point I was trying to make, is that if we know you're comfortable moving forward with this, we can go in that direction, and you don't have to actually make a vote. So it sounds to me like if we address some of the concerns that came up, that we should move ahead in this direction. And I think that we'll work on a very carefully thought out communication. And I think that I know for a fact our teachers are going to be very grateful. We will, Jim, get the assessment document out as soon as we possibly can, hopefully before the end of the week. And then the only other thing I just wanted to touch on is that at the next board meeting, we're going to be bringing some information for you to consider about options that we have for the end of the year. And we think that will coincide with having the information we need to have from the governor and give us enough time to give you options that where the rationale is clear, the pros and cons are clear, and those types of things will be primarily around the things that people are asking at the high school level, not solely perhaps, but things like summer school, things like graduation, things like athletics, etc. So we have been holding off on trying to bring forward definitive communication to the community because we're afraid, well, I don't want to say afraid, we're concerned that if we have too many hypotheticals and that the communication changes too much, that it will just frustrate people more than it will help people, and it will increase the agitation that is out there already about kids not being able to play ball, or am I going to have graduation or not? And we thought that some type of premature conversation around that topic would be less beneficial than having a well thought out, well timed discussion and communication around it. So that was our thinking, and we expect to get that to you We're going to talk about it on the 20th. So we'll get you something to consider before the board packet goes out so that you have as much lead time as possible to think about it and ask questions prior to the 28th when we have that discussion at the meeting. So that's that. And that's it for me. I think that covers everything that we wanted to talk about.
Okay, so thanks. Then we're just to board communications. We did do a live stream of the finance committee, but Jim, you want to a report?
Well, give Chris and I a little guidance here. It is after 11 o'clock. There were 6 board members that attended the finance committee meeting, and all 6 are on this call. The one that didn't had to leave this call. And you can find, I understand, I haven't found it myself, but I understand that you can find the entire meeting on the recording on the district website.
Correct.
So if you want to skip this, otherwise give us a time parameter. You know, do you want us to cover it in a minute or two, or it seems redundant to me?
Yeah, I'm fine with, people can find the recording on the website, including all the, presentation documents. And, all of us were there. I know the other, Chris couldn't be there and he's, looked it over. So I'm fine with moving on unless there was something in particular you wanted to point out.
No, there's nothing. Like you said, we were all there.
All right. Okay, awesome. Then we just have 3 meetings scheduled. We have Tuesday, April 28th, 2020, a regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting, and it's our annual reorganization at 7 o'clock. That will be a virtual meeting as well. Tuesday, May 12th, 2020, Board of Education meeting at 7 o'clock, and Tuesday, May 26th, 2020, Board of Education meeting at 7 o'clock. And there's nothing else. I just want to again say thank you to all of you for all your hard work in all of this and serving our students and and teachers and families that have needed support. So thank you for all of that. And with that, we are adjourned.